Taking us through this program today. And as we start immediately, we'll invite all of us to be on our feet for the national anthem. Media, please.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you can have your seats. And it's truly an honor to be a Nigerian. I see we've all, the national anthem has grown on all of us, and I can see us singing it with great joy and gusto. Nigeria again will be great. Thank you very much.
So we now invite the Parley chair, Mrs. Bibian Aloba, for her welcome address. Olan Bibian.
A round of applause for the Parley chair, please.
It's not easy to put this together. Please, let's make it louder. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to firstly thank God for giving us the opportunity to be alive, to witness this August event. May I humbly welcome our chairman, the chairman of this occasion, Pastor Itwa Igodalo. I would like to say a very big thank you, sir, for accepting to honor this occasion. Thank you indeed, sir. And I also like to thank you, sir, for your spiritual support, for your physical and financial support. Thank you very much, sir. Let me also humbly welcome our past president here, Mama Akimbo. Thank you, Grandma, for your unwavering support. The other past presidents are coming. One of our mother hens, Mrs. Thomas, thank you very much for being here. Another mother hen, Mrs. Soni Wabu Stevenson, thank you, Ma, for being here. May I also welcome another mother hen from Ogun State. She's a PAMSEC, Ministry of Women Affairs, Mrs. Adewale. Thank you so much for coming. Also, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of my darling president, my amiable president, very strong president. She has squeezed the life out of us, but thank God we are still alive. Mrs. Karo Iwarenefe, thank you so much. I also like to acknowledge the presence of our seasoned speakers. Our keynote speaker, Mrs. Edna Augusto, thank you so much. And also Mr. Rotimi Ogunyemi, thank you for coming. We appreciate you. Mrs. Abimo Olaiwola, God bless you, thank you. Our very own Awla, Dr. Grace Ajibo, thank you so much. And I would like to also appreciate our male champions. I would say mostly our husbands, because while preparing for this occasion, most times we hold meetings around 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and they've been very supportive and understanding. So to every male champion, our husband, my husband, thank you very much for your support. Also for all the senior colleagues here, and Milord, thank you, ma, for coming. Milord, Mrs. How did I forget Milord's name? Inclusive society. Technology has become an integral part of our lives, and it is through this participation, through your participation, that we can leverage it to achieve our vision of inclusivity. If we want to reach a wider audience and achieve prompt outcomes in today's digital world, we must use expert systems to close the existing gaps. And I can assure you that we do have existing gaps in Nigeria. I remember some months ago, my last son came to me and said, "Mommy, you know, Instagram is a huge market." And he said, "Mommy, I would like you to look at this." And he was showing me a basketball shoe. I looked at the shoe and I went to the price tag and I saw the price. I was just looking at the price and said, "These children, what audacity. You want me to spend so much to buy a designer's basketball shoe for you?" And while he noticed that I was just looking at the price. And he said, "Mom, are you feeling me?" I was like, the African woman in me came up. I said, "Feeling you as in how?" He said, "No, are you feeling me?" I said, "How?" He said, do you understand what I said? Oh, I said, okay. So a few months later, I had the opportunity to speak to some teenagers. And this Gen Z and Alpha people, they don't have the patience to wait for anything. And I needed to get their attention. At a point, I said, "Are you feeling me?" I said, "We are feeling you, Mama." I said, "That's good." So it's important for us to close the gaps. For example, the objective of Awla Nigeria is to promote, preserve, and protect the rights of women and children in Nigeria. This means we must interface with the Gen Z and Alpha generations who are already artificial intelligence natives. Therefore, this invest seeks to examine how we can merge our human and artificial intelligence to bridge existing generational gaps. I can assure you that truly they are AI natives. They have their language, they have their fashion sense, they have their own thought line. So it is important you understand them to be able to communicate effectively with them. Rest assured, we are the We have company of seasoned facilitators who will deliver insightful sections. I urge you to be prepared to unlearn, learn, and relearn. Through the continuous process of learning, we can collectively explore and harness the formative power of technology for more inclusive and equitable society. As we embark on this journey, I eagerly anticipate the enriching exchanges and insights unfolding. I would like to conclude with a quote by Sheryl Sandberg, which encapsulates the essence of our gathering. The power of technology lies in its ability to help us overcome barriers and create a more inclusive society. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every member of the Parley Planning Committee for their unwavering dedication and tireless efforts in meticulously planning and organizing this truly remarkable and worthwhile event. On behalf of the Planning Committee, I would like to thank you all for your time, for participating in this important gathering. Your presence and active participations are invaluable to us. Let us embark on this journey together and make the most of the enriching, exchanging, and insights that we unfold. Let's get started. Thank you.
A round of applause, a round of applause. Thank you, Parley Chair. She did a great work. And before we go on, I would like to recognize the presence of Mrs. IT Awla. She is the pioneer chief registrar of the Ekiti State Customary Court of Appeal, now retired. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So, are you feeling me? Yes. Thank you. Just to be sure we're still in the room. So, ladies and gentlemen, my lord, learned senior advocates present, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, it is my great honor to introduce a leader whose vision, wisdom, and grace has profoundly impacted the legal community across not only Nigeria, but across the African continent. Let's make welcome Mrs. Caroline Ibarunufe for our welcome address. Madam President, I am very sorry. I suspect that I did a bit of injustice to the name. Apologies, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Good morning, my chairman, Pastor Itwai Godalo. Good morning once again. Good morning to the keynote speaker and facilitators. My Lord, Justice Awoyomi, I appreciate you so much. Mrs. Adewale from Ogun, you are wonderful. PAMSEC Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development. I would want to appreciate you in a very special way for all that you do, and you are doing for Awla in Ogun State. You know what I'm talking about, and I appreciate you so much. Much will be heard about that in due course. Thank you. Well, this is an auspicious occasion, and it's my absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all to this year's conference, themed Digital Advocacy, Leveraging Technology for Inclusion. As the president of this association, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. Your support of Awla, Nigeria's purposes and objectives, which are to preserve, protect the rights and well-being of women and children, is incredibly inspiring. The Awla Nigeria Parley is a yearly event, and today marks a significant gathering of brilliant minds and passionate advocates, all united by a common mission to ensure that every woman and child, regardless of the background or circumstances, have access to the rights and resources they deserve. In our increasingly digital world, the intersection of technology and advocacy offers unprecedented opportunities to amplify voices and expand our reach. As we discuss today's issues, let's remember that technology is not just a tool, but a powerful catalyst for change. It enables us to connect, engage, and mobilize communities like never before. Through social media campaigns, digital resources, and online networks, we can highlight the challenges women and children face locally, nationally, and globally. We can educate, inform, and inspire action in ways we never imagined possible. Today, we are fortunate to have 4 outstanding speakers who will share their insights and experiences on how technology can serve as a bridge towards greater gender equality and child welfare. Each brings a unique perspective and expertise, pushing us to think innovatively about our advocacy strategies. Awla Nigeria deeply values the presence of our esteemed guests. Once again, I would make a special reference because we know we are going to have the First Lady's representative in our midst. So we are honored to have her as a special guest of honor. We admire and celebrate her accomplishments as a medical practitioner and silent philanthropist who passionately advocates for the rights and empowerment of women and children with a heartfelt concern for the well-being and rights of the boy child. Awla Nigeria also appreciates the presence of our male champions. My Parley chair had said some things about our male champions. He's actually right. Sometimes my husband will come and say, come. As I come in after meetings, I'm still making calls. He will just say, Awla Nigeria again. I say, yes. Just try and understand us for this period. We appreciate you in a very special way, all our male champions, because without your support and your backup, definitely we can't be seated here and we can't achieve this feat. We appreciate in a very special way again our chairman, whom I've earlier mentioned, Pastor Godalo, our guest, Ogunyemi, and every male participant present at this event. I'm aware that the Parley chair's husband is here, Pastor Aloba. We appreciate you in a very special way, sir. We are also grateful for the presence of our brilliant participants and Awlans who have seen it worthy of gracing our occasion with their presence and spending time with us in this digital exploration. Let us embrace this opportunity to learn, share, and collaborate. The power of inclusion lies in our collective voices. Technology as a means of communication and a powerful tool for advocacy and change. As we embark on this journey together, I encourage you to ask questions, share your ideas, and think about how we can contribute to fostering a digital inclusive environment. Let us engage in meaningful conversations that inspire us to build a more equitable future for women and children. Once again, thank you for being here and for your tireless dedication to this noble cause. I look forward to a day filled with enlightening discussions, inspiring stories, and actionable solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And to take us to the next item on our program is the chairman of the event. The chairman of the event for this morning is Pastor Itua Igodalo. He's a pastor and an accountant, a thinker, a social reformer, and a writer. And if you look at page 20 of the brochure in your hand, you will see his full profile. Without taking much of our time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to put your hands together as we make welcome Pastor Itua Igodalo, the founder, Trinity House Zion Center. Thank you very much, sir.
The reason why you are not clapping is because you think I'm going to preach a sermon. And then take be worried. I preached enough on Sunday, so I will not preach today. Amen. But anyway, praise the name of the Lord. Hallelujah. That's hallelujah for lawyers. Amen. Praise the name of the Lord. You know, they invite me a lot to speak at fora like this, and sometimes I'm a bit confused whether I'm preaching a sermon or making a speech. So you have to forgive me if I interface. Amen? You see now. When you do it like twice a week for the past 30 years, it's a bit difficult to get some things out of your system. And my first challenge today really is I don't know how I qualified to come here. You know, first of all, I'm not a lawyer. Secondly, I'm just a pastor. Thirdly, I really don't know how I qualified to come here to chair this occasion. But regardless, I want to thank those who have invited me here to chair this event. And I'll do my best to chair it and move the event along, and hope that you achieve the purpose for which you gathered here today. Let me also congratulate the African Women Lawyers Association for the boldness and the courage to come together first as an association in Africa, and then consequently having the Nigerian chapter. I salute you all and I congratulate you. I want to go by order of protocol to recognize and thank Her Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, the Mother of the Day, Dr. Mrs. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu. I want to thank her in absentia and also honor her for her advocacy and her respect for womanhood. Also our Honorable Minister, who is also supposed to be here. I thank them all for the courage to do great things in Nigeria. Our President, Mrs. Caroline Iba-Ranufe, I congratulate you and pray that your presidency will bring outstanding things for Awla, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. The chairperson of the Parley Committee, Mrs. Bibian Aloba, I suspect that you must have brought my name forward. Bibian can be troublesome like that, but I forgive her. Amen. She has a partner called Donald, and they give me a lot of trouble sometimes. But Bibian, I want to thank you very much. And I want to thank your husband, my beloved pastor, for being such a great husband. I can know that he's a great husband because he allows you to be yourself. You know, not many men have the courage to allow their women to be themselves, and I always salute any man who does that. And therefore, I think I can salute all your husbands who have allowed you to be yourselves. And those of you, one or two, still believing God for a husband, by this time next year, I didn't hear your amen. Praise the name of the Lord. All our previous chairpersons that are here, our lordships that are here, me lords that are here, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols observed. I congratulate you on this Parley. I congratulate the legal profession on your annual conference, which I believe is taking place in Lagos this week. I want to thank you all for being great torchbearers of your very, very great profession. And I'm happy to be here because now that my brother has won all his 5 cases in the Court of Appeal, I have every confidence in the judiciary of Nigeria. Amen. Praise the name of the Lord. Initially, I wasn't so sure, but now I can boldly say that we have confidence in you. Digital advocacy. To be honest, we no longer can do without digitalization. Social media has taken over all our lives, and the total environment has been revolutionized. And I do hope that the legal profession, especially in Nigeria, will embrace the new wave, or this present wave of digitalization. You know, in those days when I was doing ICANN, the study of computers was a novel thing. You know, you actually did a course on studying computers. Today, I don't think such a course exists because you do everything via the computer and via the system. In those days, they told us about the first computer that was in a room almost bigger than this. They called it ENIC or something like that. It was such a novel thing. And at the time, we thought that it was just something to be studied. We didn't know that it will totally become part of our lives, and that we'll even go forward to now begin to embrace artificial technology, where you're not even so sure what you see is actually real or it was created artificially. These days, when you give birth to a child, you call them computer natives. Those are the women or men or young children that were brought up in the digital age. I don't know about yourselves, but in my house, when we need a solution for the television or even the iPad, it is my daughter that I call, my 13-year-old daughter. And I say, come, Keke, come and sort this out for me. Yesterday, my son was very, very upset because the internet in the house was down. So he switched on the first television, he jumped, he's only 7 years old next month, and he was complaining that the internet is down. Switch on the second one, the internet is down. I said, how do you know the internet is down? He said, Daddy, can't you see the, can't you see the sign on the thing? The thing is that. I said, so that's how you know the internet is down. He said, yes, you can see the sign. 6 or 7-year-old boy knows by watching a screen that the internet is down. So we had a difficult time last night trying to comfort him because the internet is down. Digital advocacy includes social media campaigns, online petitions, email advocacy, online fundraising, blogging, content creation. Today, everybody has their own TV station. You don't need to have any cables or lines or anything. Anything you desire to broadcast, you shoot your video with your telephone, you send it, you make it viral, and before you know it, even in Australia, they are listening to you, watching what you are doing, and so on and so forth. Online community building, digital storytelling, influencer partnerships, data-driven advocacy, and so on and so forth. It offers to all of us increased reach and accessibility, cost effectiveness, real-time engagement and feedback, ability to track and measure impact almost real-time and online, enhanced collaboration and networking. These days, you do meetings online, you have WhatsApp communities, you have discussions, you plan all manners of things just from your bedroom, and so on and so forth. And it's used for almost everyone, non-for-profit, grassroots, political campaigns, community groups, individuals, and so on and so forth. And I'm hoping that it will become a state or a permanent feature, especially in our legal profession. I was very, very shocked and aghast to find out that a lot of our judges still do their writing longhand. I hope that is not the case anymore, and that people can easily do their transcriptions just by conversation and have their judgments delivered. My advocacy for the legal profession also is that you push that judgments are ended on time. There are cases that we deal with even as a pastor, family cases, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, even 40 years. The case never comes to a conclusion. A friend of mine went to America recently, one of my members of church, and the car that he hired was jacked, was taken away from him. And he had to go to court in America to get the court to reverse the people who had picked up the car so he could collect the things from the car. So I said to the lady who was telling me the story, did you know the governor of the state, New York State? Did you know the attorney general? He says, no, I just went into the court, told them what my problem was, didn't even need to hire a lawyer, spoke for myself. The court gave me judgment almost within 10 or 15 minutes, and the police enforced the judgment, and within 2-3 hours, I had recovered my things from the car that had been seized. They took their car, but allowed me to take my things because the court gave me judgment. And so within 24 hours, somebody had gotten judgment for a very simple case. I mean, they need to come to Nigeria and see what some of us go through. It's only in Awla that you get judgments at the instant. Amen. I didn't hear your amen. So we need a breakthrough. We need total inclusion. We need recognition in our society. And I want and I hope that this association can champion the transformation and the change in the legal profession. As far as inclusion is concerned, I'm an advocate for inclusion, especially for women, like I like to call them, the stronger gender, the better version of men, the better made version. You know, the better made version. I know I'm an advocate for that. You can tell that every woman is slightly better made than the man. You know, the man was made really from raw material. The woman was made from finished goods, refined, and all the contours and mistakes that God made, making a man. Sorry, sir. He refined it in the lady and gave her great intellect. And at the time, she was in charge. She was in charge until she ate the apple. Amen. So no more apples in Jesus' name. And now with Kamala pushing forward and driving forward and encouraging and inspiring us, doesn't matter what Donald Trump tries to call her, she still is an undeniable woman. I'm hoping that very soon amongst us here, we shall have the first female president of Nigeria. Can I hear an amen to that? I greet you, I celebrate you, I thank you, and thank you for having me here. God bless you all, and have a fantastic conference.
I'm sure we can do that better. Let's put our hands together again for our chairman. Thank you very much. So if you're sitting next to a female, you could just tell her that truly you're a refined version.
Yeah,
You're a refined version. Thank you very much. Okay, so very quickly, if you look at your program, we'll have the documentary play very soon. So please, the media, get the documentary ready. But before we take the documentary, while they're preparing for it, would like to, these beautiful and elegant white chairs are not just here to just be stared to save space. So please, would like to quickly bring up a couple of our guests that will be sitting on these chairs. We already have Pastor Ito Godalo sitting on his own chair. We will bring up Mrs. Edna Augusto, who is the keynote speaker, to sit on one of the chairs. She's the founder, Read Mama Empowerment Initiative. And I can tell that she's truly an exceptional person. She was here right on time. I mean, even before time. Thank you very much, Ma. You're welcome. We'd also have Mr. Rotimi Ogunyemi, who is a speaker, is a partner at Johnson and Wilner BOC Legal, is a technology attorney and digital policy strategy and governance. Thank you very much, sir. We'd also have would bring up Abimotoyosi Olayiwola. She's the principal partner, Abi Legal, founder, Digital Lawyers Network. She's a business lawyer and digital law practice consultant. Also, we would have Mrs. Grace At this point, I'd like to tender my own reserved apology because there's no way an LLM holder will be calling a doctor Mrs. I apologize very profoundly. So we'll have Dr. Grace Ajegbo to... Ma'am, my apologies once again. Thank you very much. Okay, so as we go on in the day, we'll bring up the other speakers as they come in. Thank you very much. Okay, so if the documentary is ready, please sit back and enjoy.
The birth and journey of Awla, Nigeria. It all began in 2001 when the association founders, Mrs. Niilolawa Aluko Olokun, now His Worship Niilolawa Aluko Olokun, Mrs. Titi Akosa Okunu, Mrs. Fausat Bakari, Princess Aderunke Sijuade, Fumi Falano, now Fumi Falano SAN, Mrs. L.A.M. Folami, now Justice L.A.M. Folami, Ms. Ronke Salau, and Dr. Abiola Akinyode Afolabi attended a Women Advocate Search and Documentation Center Ward C seminar. They were driven by the strong push for affirmative action to address gender inequality, bias, and other forms of discrimination against women and children in Nigeria and Africa.
It's a non-partisan, non-sectarian, not-for-profit professional organization, mainly for the purpose of enhancing, promoting, and preserving the rights and interests of women and children in Africa and Nigeria in particular. Our aims are for enhancing, for disseminating the problems and of women in Nigeria. Before now, we had a lot of abuses against women, against children in areas, particularly the girl child, against their education, against their literacy, against their upbringing, and against everything enhanced that makes a woman in Africa.
The founders found inspiration from African delegates from Kenya and Ghana who had established similar organizations. A key figure was Mrs. Betty Mould Idrisu, the co-founder of the African Women Lawyers Association, Ghana. The founders of Awla, Nigeria, then convened for their first meeting in Ward C conference room, generously provided by one of the association founders and executive director of Ward C, Dr. Abiola Akinyode Afolabi. Awla, Nigeria experienced significant growth in its membership, attracting several female lawyers. This increase necessitated a larger venue to facilitate their meetings and activities. Mrs. L.A.M. Folami, now Justice L.A.M. Folami, the first president of Awla, Nigeria, who served from 2003 to 2005, played a pivotal role in securing a meeting space for the association in Magistrate Courtroom Number 2. Despite this, a permanent office location was still needed, and Honorable Ambassador Folake Marcus Bello offered a space in her law firm at Suite Number 17, Old Peak Plaza, Mobolaji Bank Anthony Way, Ikeja, through Mrs. Roslyn Etuaje Akimbo, the second president of Awla, Nigeria, who served from 2006 to 2009. This office then became the first headquarters for the African Women Lawyers Association, Nigeria. In 2006, Mrs. Roslyn Etuaje Akimbo, the association's second president, initiated annual lecture programs, and these programs are still held by the association and significantly contributes to achieving its goals and developing it. Subsequently, Princess Aderunke Sijuade served as the third president of the association from 2010 to 2013, while Mrs. Nilolawa Alukoluku served as the fourth president from 2013 to 2016. The association's office was later relocated by the fifth president, Mrs. Amanda Dimeji Asaba, who served from 2016 to 2020. After her tenure, she successfully handed over to Mrs. Efe Etomi, who served as the president of Awla, Nigeria from 2020 to 2023. Thereafter, following a successful election, Mrs. Efe Etomi handed over to the current president of Awla, Nigeria, Mrs. Caroline Iwarunefe. African Women Lawyers Association Nigeria is a not-for-profit organization dedicated to addressing gender challenges and related issues affecting women and children in Nigeria and Africa. The association focuses on issues such as gender inequality, human and civil rights violations, domestic violence, sexual offenses, and the underrepresentation of women in politics. The association's founders established constitutional goals aimed at empowering, protecting, promoting, and preserving the rights of women and children through advocacy, legislative reforms, and public education. The association has been active in various advocacy and humanitarian services since its establishment. These activities include holding extensive outreach meetings with market women, collaborating with judicial officers and other NGOs to provide pro bono legal services in correctional facilities, distributing welfare packages, and engaging with homes, orphanages, and hospitals. Specific locations where the association has been involved include the Little Saints at Pangrove, Lagos, the Youth Remand Home at Idiaraba, Lagos, and the Yaba Psychiatric Hospital. Their efforts have led to legislative changes, such as the enactment of laws related to public mental health care and the imposition of life imprisonment for sexual offenses against women or girl children in Lagos and other states across the country. These visits have allowed the association to engage with the community, offer support, and understand the needs and challenges faced by these communities. Awla Nigeria consists of a dedicated group of female lawyers who are actively working to bring diversity to the attainment of the association's objectives. Our future plans involve aspiring to become an exemplary professional NGO. We aim to expand our presence into additional states, continuing to provide free legal support, advocate for policy changes, raise awareness, and implement capacity building programs and support services for women and children. Furthermore, the African Women Lawyers Association Nigeria recognizes the pressing need to increase our focus on the unspoken violence and challenges faced by boys in society, encompassing physical, mental, and emotional abuse. It is crucial to address these issues, as failing to do so could lead to the development of a generation of angry and emotional distressed males.
This is a non-partisan body, a non-profit making, and basically to protect, to promote, and to preserve the rights of indigent women and children in our society. The past presidents have been able to do all this over time, and when we came on board, we took it all in stride and tried to build on what they had started. I must give it to them, and I'm also giving it to the present executive who are doing this at this point in time.
That was a wonderful documentary. At least some of us who did not know about the history of Awla now have the knowledge of how it all started. Before we go on with the inviting the keynote speaker, I most humbly welcome and recognize the immediate past president of Awla Nigeria, Mrs. Efetomi. Thank you, ma'am. You've been a pillar of support for Awla. God bless you. We also recognize the presence of Mrs. Olajumoke Adewale, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, Ogun State. You are welcome, ma'am. So, as we know, the theme of this year's Parley is digital advocacy, leveraging technology for inclusion. Like the chairman and other people have rightly stated, we cannot feign ignorance of what is happening around us. So that has informed our decision to talk about technology, to talk about how to utilize it to become better lawyers, especially as we are females, to stand out in the legal profession. I will now proceed to invite our keynote speaker, who will speak on the theme of the Parley. As rightly introduced before, she is Mrs. Edna Augusto, founder Reed Manor Empowerment Initiative. And a bit about Reed Manor. Reed Manor empowers individuals in Nigeria with practical, current, and relevant computer skills through training, digital certification, conferences, and competitions that are meticulously aligned to meet global standards. So she has played a key role in this, and she's coming to tell us and to speak to the theme of the Parley 2024. Mrs. Edna Augusto. Please, let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good morning, milords, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Just pardon me, I'm an accountant. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how to greet, to follow protocol. It's okay, please just pardon me. I think you didn't, my slides, you didn't, Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak on digital literacy. I've been very concerned about digital literacy in the country for years. I was an accountant and company secretary in the 80s in a British company. And I had the opportunity to go to the London office regularly for training. I could use, I could write my accounts, take my notes, minutes as a company secretary using digital tools. And I'll come back to Nigeria, prepare my accounts. Then in the 80s, I would save my accounts in a floppy disk and courier it to London. So when I started the wave, I would say, at that time came up, they were talking about networking. Every CV in Nigeria had CCN pay, CCN that, CCN what, and there were no jobs. So I wondered what they were talking about. Why are the tech professionals making IT look so difficult, so out of reach? At that time, we had about 80 banks or so in the country, how many oil companies, and you are talking about networking. We now understand what network is all about. It's to network computers. How many computers are in the country in a bank that you now have to certify 120 children or 20 million people on networking? It didn't make sense. So I approached Microsoft. I said, no, this is not it. I, as an accountant, I could use digital tools to do my work. Digital literacy is for everybody. It's not for a select few. We must all understand how to use these tools to do our work. So with that, I made some contacts. You know, we had lots of meetings and all that, and I became the rep for Certiport. Certiport is the global leader for certification, and they are part of the Pearson group. So I represent Certiport and Pearson here in Nigeria. And, okay, thank you. So now, the topic is empowering professionals to effectively utilize affordable technology to navigate the complexities of today's business landscape. A mouthful, I tell you. But let's look at, we really have complexities, you know, in our business landscape today. We're talking about rapid technological change. You're talking about digital transformation. You're talking about data management. You're talking about analytics, globalization, international trade, regulatory compliance, changing workforce demographics and expectations. I'll take this, you know, in greater detail. When you're talking about rapid technological change, we all are aware, technology is fluid, it's dynamic, it's fast. This morning before I left my house, I said, okay, how many apps do we have, you know, released daily? Google told me, said 1,250 apps are released every day on Apple Store, on the average. In February 2014 alone, we had 36,000 apps. When we say apps, sorry, the applications, okay, and softwares, okay. 2.8 million apps are available on Google Play Store for downloading. How are we going to cope with all this? You know, before you actually release one software, before you say Jack Robinson, you have to update it. So that's why you find Microsoft talking about Office 365. Everything is online because we can't release one. You know, before you had Office 2003, then you wait for another 4 years, you release another 2007. So everybody is looking at software as an online tool. So you release on the go. So you see, so you have lots of updates. Technology is really fast, it's dynamic. And with that, we have cybersecurity threats. It's a big, big problem. We're all aware of that. You know, they're hacking all our phones every minute. You know, your WhatsApp is gone, your phone is gone. You know, everybody faking everything. And then we have the famous artificial intelligence, which I believe is a very big problem, because you're talking about information. Plagiarism, I think, is one big problem of AI, because people are just copying other people's works. You don't even know where it's coming from. So if you, as an expert, a professional, you don't even know who wrote the original document, you have a big problem. Okay, so we're talking also of digital transformation, the need to integrate technology into all aspects of business and life. We're all aware how technology has changed everything, our banking, before no more tally number, as we know in those days. Now we're talking about phones, you're getting alerts every second, even your news, it's on your WhatsApp, it's go to Twitter to get your information, or various online platforms. So every aspect of our lives changed because of technology. You're sick, instead of calling the doctor, you Google the symptoms yourself. So everything is affected, okay? Then, and all this talks about data management, analytics. You have vast amounts of data released in seconds to inform decisions. This also let's look at privacy and security laws. There are lots of challenges we're facing here. You're talking about globalization and international trade, very complex global supply chains. COVID revealed that to everybody so clearly. During COVID, China, the world's manufacturers, shut down. All the shelves in America, they were empty. Nobody could buy even toilet roll in America. So globalization, all these things, are challenged, And now we have to look at regulatory compliance, navigating all these complex, evolving legal and regulatory requirements. It's a big challenge for everybody. And this is a new one that is coming to the fore, the changing workforce demographics and expectations. People ask me, where is your office? I said, don't ever ask me that. I'm on the go. I have an office, but if you go there, it's going to just like dust. I don't even go there. I work on the go. If I'm teaching technology, don't ask me where my office is. My phone is my office. My iPad is my office. My computer is my office. I don't sit in any place. So my staff don't even come to work. They just maybe 2 days a week, to show your face, to make sure that, the landlord won't say the office is empty. So you come 2 days, you come 2 days, you come, keep the place busy. Because we have a training center or certification center where people take exams, okay? When I hear about JAPA, it upsets me. We have no business JAPAing from Nigeria. People in America live on mortgage. For 50, 30 years, they are paying for houses. Every Nigerian, most of us are very rich. You buy your house, raw cash. Raw cash. Then you sell that property, and you go and start washing plates or doing security man in England. It's just not, it's not it. It's not it. So for me, there's something we don't really appreciate in Nigeria. That is the fact that we speak English. English is, I don't know how to even quantify it. With English and technology, you have everything you need to succeed in life. Next slide, please. English is the world's technology language. 80% of the information stored in world's computers is in English. And what does that mean? You can understand anything and act on it immediately. When I attend conferences, the tech giants produce their web software. We have this software, this is the update, and they ask questions. The next thing you're going to hear from European countries is that when is the update? We don't do that. Canada, UK, Australia, everybody, we are all in the same time with England and America. Once you release that information, because we speak English, you understand it immediately. You are par with every American. You are at par. You know, so for me, I'll play this a little bit, take it a little back. Some years, maybe about 2010, when I had to teach some teachers in Lagos State, you know, I told them, I said, there's something that's happening now. If you call Barclays, then you'll find out that the call center, because they had outsourced their customer service, an Indian would answer. So the call centers were operated out of India. And I told them at that time, I said, this is not going to work. It's not going to last. Because the businessmen in India will have to teach the Indians how to remove that Indian accent. I can't be in my house in London, I'll call Barclays next door, and one Indian is replying me. It's not going to work. It's not sustainable. And you know what the truth today? The call centers are in Nigeria. Because we speak good English. You're in the market and you hear somebody speak good English, you turn back, especially to see one professor, you see a market woman selling tomatoes. It's an asset. We must utilize, we must know that it's a serious advantage for the country. And if we're able to teach our people how to use technology, they won't need to jackba. You can live in Ogbomosho and work in Australia. You don't need to jackba. You already have the English, so you need technology. So, for us, you know, that's why I'm actually in the school space. You know, they pulled me, Mrs. Atomi pulled me out of my comfort zone. My comfort zone is academic. I deal with the schools and universities. Because for me, let's catch these children very young. You know, because I get very upset with the unemployment issues. Employed. Why are you employed? Because you don't know how to use technology. Simple. You know? So, for us, let's look, next slide. So what essential, coming back to our discussion here, what essential ICT skills do you need as a lawyer? You need to conduct legal research. You need to be able to navigate your database. You must understand how to prepare your documents, how to edit it. We all know that Microsoft Office tools are the standard, you know, all over the world. At least 90% of computers, they all have Microsoft Office. You must understand how to send your emails, how to communicate. Your lawyers, your billing clients, you must understand your billing system. You must understand how to manage your practice. Cybersecurity, I've mentioned, you know, it's a big problem. And data protection practices, you know. You've produced these documents for clients. You must protect it. You can't just allow your documents to be flying around. They are very private documents. Social media, that's a big one. You know, you have to understand how to actually search, you know, because I tried to think about social media and I said lawyers, you know. So even if you are in court or whatever, what your client is doing, you must understand what they've done so that they don't embarrass you in court. You must understand, you know, you must get the Twitter handle of your clients. Get the Facebook handle. Otherwise, they can embarrass you because you don't know what they've been up to. They might not tell you all the stories. Okay? So digital signature is important. How do you protect your documents? You're talking about Adobe Sign, Acrobat, PDF, online dispute resolution and mediation platforms. You must understand how these work. You must understand artificial intelligence. Let me not overstress that. Also, talking about meetings. Zoom, you know, Microsoft Teams. You don't need to attend meetings. You can have it, you know, on the go. With your phone, you are good, and you're on the go. You know, so I said, why do we need all this? Because we need to be able to work efficiently and effectively today. You must be able to provide better client services. You must stay organized and manage, you know, your time well, which is going to result in increased financial rewards. You must make informed decisions with data analysis. I left out something which is quite important, professional development. You know, information is one of the beautiful things about technology. You know, those days when we went to school, we read books, right? And how did this come about? You have an author come up with ideas. you document it, you have a manuscript, you take it to a publisher, and they agree with your information, and they endorse it, and they stamp it Blackwell or John Wiley, okay, because they believe what you're saying is okay. But what you have to understand is that what is in that book is just information. Then it was in a book, but that information today is not restricted to a book. Today is in a podcast, today is on a website, today is on all sort of media platforms. You know, I told myself recently, I need to listen to John Maxwell. I'm tired of reading John Maxwell. So I go to YouTube, and I'm listening to John Maxwell on YouTube. So if I have a popular author who is still producing good information that I want to understand, I just go to YouTube and I listen to him talk. The information is still coming out. On LinkedIn, I follow authors. The information is the ideas are still coming from that brain. So information is not restricted to textbooks anymore. You know, those days I used to, because I used to, I travel to Europe a lot. And in Europe, they don't speak English. Before technology, before I travel to Europe, I will go to the shops, I'll buy lots of English magazines, English textbooks, my SS luggage, current, what I'm going to read for the next 2 weeks, so heavy. But today, on the go, as I'm coming here now, there's a book by John Maxwell. I go to Amazon, I buy, it's a Kindle. And I just buy the book, and I'm reading my Kindle. On my iPad, I have over 1,000 books. I'm reading. On my phone, over 1,000 books. I'm reading. So you're able to still get that information. You're able to even attend courses, online courses. Those days would say, oh, I couldn't go to school because I had nobody to pay my fees. But today, education is free, absolutely free. You are the only one looking for branding. If you say, okay, I must go to Harvard or I must go to MIT. But if you Google it, that subject, and say, oh, free geography courses, you're going to find it. Digital literacy is the foundation that supports information technology. Digital fluency is a requirement for 80% of current jobs today. If you listen to like what the CEO of Microsoft said, you look at marketing, look at everything that is happening in the world is digitized. Everything that is happening in finance is digitized. So much every industry, every function in every industry has a huge element that is driven by information technology. It's no longer discrete. But in Nigeria, we have a big problem. The way we learn digital literacy. You go for a workshop, they teach you 2-3 things. It's bound in a book, a pamphlet. And then after they give you a certificate of attendance or participation. You didn't learn anything. You attended. You participated. That's what it is. You know, and then what puzzles me most is that the person that is teaching you is not certified. He just teaches you what he knows. He takes a Microsoft software, looked at the part that he is comfortable with. The part that he knows, he bound it in one book, and he distributes it. And it's all of you attended and you participated. That's what the poor man said. He didn't teach anything. So people go back to work, the same thing. Every year, the same thing. And you complain that your staff cannot use technology. You didn't teach them anything. I keep telling the HR companies, I say, yeah, I attended the CIPM conference, and I told them, I said, you are the cause of employment in Nigeria. Because when you put your advert out, and you're talking about new graduates or entry-level vacancies, what do you put there? You actually quantify it and say you need a BSc banking. You don't put proficiency in banking, do you? You don't do proficiency, but when it comes to digital literacy, you say proficiency in ICT. What are you talking about? You didn't ask the student to learn Microsoft Word or learn Microsoft PowerPoint. These are the programs you have in your office, the programs you want them to use, but you are not asking for proficiency. You are asking for what? A little whatever they can do, and once they come to your office, they don't know anything. Then you spend lots of money training them over and over. If somebody told me some days ago that she asked for a document, it didn't come in a whole week because the person just could not page the document. You waste your time. Yes, sorry. Yeah. So you waste your time. Yeah, thank you. You waste your time, you know. So the way we learn digital literacy in Nigeria is a problem. It's a big problem. We are not learning. Microsoft created a document, a program. We are all using this program in the office. All over the world, there is a program, there is a curriculum, there is a certification. Advanced. So for us, if you learn how to use it according to the way other countries are learning, and you get certified, that document, you will present it in Australia, and they would give you a job. I tell people, I said, because we speak English, jobs in 16 or all the English-speaking countries in the world, they are available to us. Anywhere they speak English, if you have your technology, you are able to bid for that job. Our jobs are not restricted to Nigeria. So we need to please see how we can stamp out that practice of attending courses. So IC3 is what I call ground zero. For people that know no technology or little technology, come to the office, just come there with no knowledge. We'll sort you out. And the program has 3 modules: computing fundamentals, key applications, living online. Computing fundamentals talks about the foundation, where you stop at your appreciation course, but we take it further and you learn the word processing. Learn word processing. You also, module 3, you learn about email, social media, the keynotes, how to conduct research properly. Okay? And I'm just trying to rush now because you know, so then Microsoft Office is advanced Microsoft Office. The IC3 one I spoke before, it's basic, but we have the Microsoft Office that talks about, sorry, next slide, because we need to run. You have the Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Associate, you know, programs. And we emphasize certification. That's what I'm here to do, basically. To emphasize that you please learn it properly. If we want to compete on a global level, we must play the game the way other countries are playing it. We did not create this software. We can't change the way to learn it. If we want our children to get jobs, we want to get workers to do our work in the office, we've given them the software, we must teach them how to use the program. So you learn, and then once you take the exam, it's a 45 minutes exam, you get a Microsoft certificate. If you produce this certificate, if you look at the certificate, it says Excel Associate. Microsoft 365, it's very specific. Which software? Some people tell you, I know Microsoft Office. I said, excuse me, you can't know all the programs. Which one do you know? Is it Word? Is it PowerPoint? Is it Excel? Even then, when you get to Excel, I'll ask you the version. Is it 365? Or is it 2019? So with this, sorry, next slide, let's run. With this certification, you're able to get a global recognized certification. You're going to get very good experience. Your CV is going to stand up anywhere in the world. And you have greater work. You're going to control your document. Please, I must say this before I run away. It was a student that told me in the University of Port Harcourt. She wrote her, projects that we do in school. She wrote her project, handwritten project. She took it to a business center. And the business center printed it. And other students came there and said, oh, I like that project. Can you just print for me? Everybody produced the same document. And they all repeated. She cried. But the fact is that she even had a computer. She had Microsoft on it, whatever. If she had produced that document herself and just printed her document and just bind it, it would have been her property. You know, so these are the sort of risks that you take when you just release documents anyhow. So quickly, we run the Microsoft World Championship. We have certified over 30,000 students in Nigeria in this program. Since 2009, we compete against 150 countries every year. The Microsoft World Championship, Nigeria has been there since 2009, and that's Catherine Etta. She came 3rd in the whole world, and we've come 2nd. We're always in the top 10. The exam itself, it's about 45 minutes, And I heard the best sound one day of this competition one day when one child shouted in Abuja, yeah! I ran. I said, what is it? He said, I did it in 10 minutes. Those are the children I take to the World Championship because they know they're going to compete and they really do well. So, and for them, some of them, they already work with Microsoft abroad. You know, so we work at the very school level. And we are encouraging employers to please demand the certificate to encourage universities. Because by the time you start asking for it, the universities will understand that they need to train. They tell me, I think that's it, they tell me that it's not affordable. It is affordable, very, very affordable. And I tell them that you cannot tell me that a student that has a smartphone, that has a weave on up to her hip, cannot pay for certification. Besides, I'm a mother. I've been paying for ICT in this country since primary school, but they've never given me value. So we must demand value from the institutions by asking for certification. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. A very big round of applause. In fact, she even deserves a standing ovation. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. She has told us as lawyers the essential skills we need as lawyers to thrive as 21st century legal practitioners. So let's take the bull by the horn. So I'll quickly recognize my Lord, Honorable Justice Bolanle Awoyomi, Judge of the Ogun State Customary Court of Appeal. My Lord, you are most welcome. Please let the ushers bring me Lord to please. You are welcome, my Lord. I also want to recognize His Worship Niyi Aluko Olokun, past president, Awla, Nigeria. You are most welcome. I'll also recognize Dr. Hilda Desmond Ihekire, Chairman, MBA Ahoda Branch, and immediate past coordinator, Awla Rivers. You are most welcome. Yes, we'll also recognize other dignitaries as we get their names. So we'll quickly go to the next speaker or the next presentation. But please write your questions and write the name of the speaker that you want it to be addressed to.
All right, we'll also bring up Honorable Dr. Princess Pat Ajudua, the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs, Community and Social Development, Delta State. A round of applause for her, please. Ma, please. Please come forward, ma.
Okay, as we are going into the next segment, the next presentation, I hope we are networking because we have distinguished people here, and don't leave here without making new friends, without getting contacts, and even interacting with people, because you can never know who would help you to the next level. So we'll proceed now to have the next conversation. And I have the privilege of working with this particular person who I respect so much and who has made a big impact in my life and in my career, even as a technology lawyer. I worked with Rotimi Ogunyemi as ESCO member in Technology Committee of the MBA section on Business Law. And as we were in the MBA conference yesterday, you know, the session on women CEOs of banks, talking about shattering glasses and all that. As they were sharing their experiences, they talked about mentorship, mentors, coaches, and sponsors. So, and I look at my career journey and I see people who have played a very big role. And Mr. Rotimi Ogunyemi is one of them, and I'm privileged to have worked with him. And I don't know, after working with him as an assistant secretary, as he was stepping down, it was announced that I was now reappointed as secretary of the committee. I don't know, maybe one of my sponsors also spoke for me where the decision was being made. So I'm privileged to bring to the podium Mr. Rotimi Ogunyemi, who is a partner Johnson & Wayner. He is a technology attorney and digital policy strategy and governance. Rotimi is a go-to when it comes to technology law. He's experienced in commercial legal practice and specializes in technology-related technology-related legal and business issues. So you cannot talk about technology law in Nigeria in the MBA, in the section on business law, without talking about Rotimi Ogunyemi. We are privileged to have him today talk to us, and he's going to be speaking to us also on a topic that is also very key and very important. He's going to be talking about how digital platforms and tools can amplify advocacy efforts for women and children within the existing legal system. As lawyers, we deal a lot with women and children's rights and all that. How can we leverage technology to actually carry out an assignment? He's going to throw more light. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Ifoma. Good afternoon, everyone. It's, okay, let me, first of all, apologize in advance about these protocol things as well. I will do as Pastor Itua had done, establish the protocol, so I would rest on the already established protocols. But that said, Your Excellencies, my lords, senior advocates of Nigeria, distinguished colleagues, advocates for justice, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here. I have just one job: to speak to us this afternoon about how digital platforms and tools can amplify advocacy efforts for women and children within the Nigerian legal system. It is a mouthful, and I abridged that topic to say leveraging technology for justice and inclusion. We stand today at a pivotal moment in history, a moment where the intersection of technology and advocacy presents to us immense opportunities to reshape the landscape in Nigeria. Today, more than ever before, we have tools, just as we have heard so eloquently presented by the keynote speaker. We have tools, not just to enhance business processes and to drive efficiencies. We have digital tools at our disposal which could help us amplify the voices of those who are most vulnerable in our society. These happen to still be women and children whose cries for justice have often been drowned. Today, our world has changed. We live in a world where a single tweet can spark a global movement. We live in a world where a single video can shine the light in the darkest corner of our world and highlight issues that otherwise could have gone unnoticed or unreported. So my assignment here this afternoon is to tell us how we can harness this power to create lasting and tangible change within our legal system. We would explore some of these platforms. Coming or speaking after me is Abimo, who I would leave to dissect in details many of the platforms. So much of what I will do will be introduce these platforms. I will give an helicopter view, but let me try and say what digital advocacy is, given the context that Pastor Itwa had established and the tone set by our keynote speaker. Digital advocacy tools, particularly, are the same tools that our keynote speaker has spoken about, and including the chairman of today. Now, my assignment is now to unpack how these tools and platforms can promote causes, mobilize supporters, and influence policy. We have heard here this afternoon how every single day we have unprecedented number of apps being unleashed on us at the different Play stores. We have heard here this morning how emerging technology such as artificial intelligence is changing the narrative. We have heard about the power of social media. We have heard about the power of digital platforms, petition platforms, and all of these emerging tools that are shaping our world. I came here to say that all of the tools that we have heard about today are still in their infancy. The technologies that we see today, with the advent of quantum computing, with the advent of artificial intelligence, will be child's play in 2 years. I say that because there's a phenomenon called Moore's Law. Moore's Law is a computer science phenomenon that says every 2 years, the power of computing will more than double. We thought that there was a law in Moore's Law, but not anymore. With the advent of the fourth industrial revolution, we have seen that even Moore's law is being accelerated over and beyond what the early technologies say. And that is why 2 years ago, with the advent of commoditized AI, our world has changed beyond recognition. Now, move to my next slide, and then I will take a dial back to speak to why are we focusing on women and children? Like I said, this remains the vulnerable demography in our society. Women and children, like Awla knows too well, given the work that you are doing so brilliantly, face unique challenges, including, you know this more than I do, gender-based violence, discrimination, lack of access to justice. So my objective here is, how can we empower these vulnerable communities, these groups, through digital advocacy, which eventually would lead to significant societal change. My next slide speaks to an overview of the Nigerian legal system. Historically, before the colonial era, much of our legal system, as we know, were governed by cultural norms, which were mostly patriarchal. Much of our norms were skewed towards the male. And during the colonial era, yes, formal legal processes came into play. We had the courts, we had the legal profession, but not much changed because much of the colonial administration were focused on administration. They were not particularly focused on vulnerable groups, women and children. And then coming into post-independence era, yes, we saw some changes. We saw the constitutions come into play, particularly fast forward to more recent times, our most recent constitution. We saw legislation, the Child Rights Act. We saw Violence Against Persons Act. We saw some of these things. We saw developments in the legal framework that could actually protect vulnerable populations, but there were gaps, and there are still gaps. Much of the gaps, again, as we know in this room, includes I mean, these laws are not exactly distilled into states in many instances. We also have issues around cultural barriers. Much of the norms that are damaging to women and children still persist, even though there is a legal system. We have resource constraints where there's inadequate funding, inadequate staffing. And so I could reel out the challenges, but I came here to talk about solutions, particularly how digital technology can bring solutions in this context that I have painted. My next slide, please. So, given all of the picture and the scenario painted, what role do digital platforms play, and how can digital platforms cover some of the gaps? Now, before speaking to the role that digital platforms will then play, we have heard about some of these platforms: social media, blogging platforms, crowdfunding sites, petition sites. Now, specifically, and this will be my next slide, but stay on this slide. Let us talk about how social media has advanced advocacy efforts to raise awareness, to influence policy, to bring about societal change, particularly to issues that affect women and children. From a global perspective, we can immediately examine the Me Too movement. Now, the Me Too movement was driven largely by social media. It focused the spotlight on sexual harassment of women, particularly in workplace environments. Now, if we dial back, one thing we would remember is that across all of these platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all of the social media that has become mainstream today, this movement, just by a single hashtag, #MeToo, took our world by storm. Now, that hashtag, as harmless and as simple as it was, what it did was it unified the message. It ensured that there was singularity of purpose. It brought disparate groups from all across, first in America, across Europe, into Africa, to local context. I mean, one message, one advocacy push, and the whole world stood at attention. Now, specifically, Twitter, today called X, is so powerful in terms of unifying one message, because that thing called an hashtag. Using sophisticated algorithms, what it does is that at any point where that hashtag is attached to a message, it singles that message out. Now, advocates who are able to use that hashtag, like the Me Too hashtag, together with what we call mentions, mentioning policymakers, mentioning the powers that be, influencers, with an hashtag, you have done what traditional media has used years and years developing to do, which is raise awareness, create videos, schedule meetings, which may not happen in 3 months, but with a single hashtag and a mention, everything that the traditional media would have done in years is done in seconds. That's the power of social media. Now, beyond the instant media that we know at the blogging sites, an example is Medium. We have other examples, but Medium, WordPress, Blogger, these sites now help the advocates go beyond the one-liners on Twitter and Facebook to actually write persuasive policy push stories that are more compelling. Then, because we know that it's one thing to raise awareness, but it's another thing to raise funds. So we use the social media, we use the blogging, it's not just two people in a room raising their voices. And so the petition platforms like change.org then becomes veritable to God. We are in support of this policy change and we need a change today. My next slide. What started out with the Black Lives Matter movement in America, which was pretty much raising awareness against racial injustice. And regardless of what you think about that particular cause, Fridays for Future, this is Greta Thunberg, that young child, lady, policy advocate for climate change. That's the lady that you see on behind the podium at UN events. Well, Friday for Futures was just an hashtag that mobilized youths all across the world for climate change action. Now, of course, using these hashtags in themselves are not sufficient. They are strategies. Strategies include storytelling. And so that's why consider the BBC documentary that highlighted the plight of students in universities at the hands of some of these I was looking for the advocates to the adjective, sorry, to qualify the lecturers, but let me save you that. Now, what these documentaries did was to humanize the cause. The documentary was specific to share stories of people like you and I, like our daughters, our granddaughters, our children, so that beyond the cause, we can actually humanize the issue and see how it's affecting lives, how it's impacting lives, many times negatively. And that's why storytelling is so, so important. How many of us know that all the issues we care about, we're emotional about those issues, right? And it's because of stories. I saw the Awla documentary for the first time, and I can't leave here the same because the story, gave me context. Right. So, and YouTube is your go-to platform, right, for stories. And that's why when you use hashtags, you will notice that there's a link to a YouTube video someplace, right? So that it becomes compelling. Now, other best practices includes that you are not just using one platform. You work across platforms depending on the demography that you intend to reach. Data-driven, key. There's a reason why there's such thing called Google Analytics. Thank you. Twitter Analytics. That shows you the reach of your digital campaign. Who is engaging? Who is seeing these stories? Where do we need to make a push? Which platforms is our audience engaging with? My next slide. I specifically put up this slide here because I know that the primary audience here are lawyers. While all of the social media, the blogging, the crowdsourcing, the petition platforms are useful, let's bring it home to remind ourselves that as lawyers, we actually can create online tools to raise awareness of whatever cause it is, especially as it relates to women and children. And so, examples of such platforms are mobile apps. Eyewitness Nigeria, Report Yours. A number of days ago, I got an SOS call from a widow, the church where I worship, and she was screaming, and I said, what's going on? She said there were policemen who were brutalizing her husband in real time. As crazy as it sounded, I said, ma'am, are people trying to intervene? She said, yes. I said, can you come, remove yourself from there? I know this is hard. Remove yourself from there, all right? And then give your phone to someone and record this and go live, all right? Now, I wish I could say all of the story, but that changed everything. That was a tool that highlighted an injustice happening in real time, and help came in real time. For those of us who are looking at developing tools, and Awla actually can develop these tools, as it relates to women, as it relates to children, are there technologies, just as we talk about virtual courtrooms, just as we talk about all the technologies that our chair said to us that he wants to see in our profession, we can create specific tools that will advance the causes that we care about. My next slide, which will then, okay, let me move on from here, but I wanted to say a bit about NSAS, bring back our girls, and end bad governance, which were all hashtags. But for us, and I'm rounding up now, for us to be able to use these tools, and this is back to our keynote speaker, we need to train ourselves. We need to build capacity. We need to understand these tools, how they work. And please don't stay with the existing tools. Look into the future. All of these tools will be powered by AI and are already being powered by AI. So it behoves on us to really understand what is AI. How does it work? How can I leverage my natural human intelligence, attach it to that artificial intelligence, and make greater impact? Let me say this, and let me say this clearly. An AI tool can do much more than all of us combined in this room can do. That's a fact. But what it cannot do is the breadth of knowledge, the experience that we have. Now, imagine using that tool merge it with all of our experiences, we become unstoppable with our advocacy efforts. Planning is key, content creation, audience engagement. These are all strategies that I'm sure the next speaker would unpack. My final slide, please. This is a call to action for all of us. The voices that are not being heard, women, children, can be heard when we leverage the power of technology. I know that I stayed with AI. There's the blockchain technology. There's data analytics. There's cloud computing. There's upcoming quantum computing. There's virtual reality. There's augmented reality. All of these are technologies that the digital natives would unpack for us, but we owe it to ourselves to understand how these technologies work, so that together we can create a more just and inclusive legal system for women and children in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. But I'm sure we can do better than that, please. It was truly an engaging session and very revealing. I took some notes. I was at the session on IT yesterday at the MBA section, and one of the things I went away with is I'm going to be more intentional about using IT to better my work, and a number of AI apps were shared yesterday, and I really think it's about time we stop excusing ourselves out of using these things. One of the speakers yesterday said age is not a barrier, and when I see our mother here, I truly agree that age is not a barrier. A round of applause again for our speakers. And I also would like to note, Madam President, that this is a call for Awla to do something. We really need to. We shouldn't let these conversations just die. We should do something. To champion the cause of the vulnerable, we should do something. While our speaker was speaking, we had the first Vice President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mrs. Linda Rose Balawalkin. Thank you very much, ma'am. We also have in the room Mrs. Bola Anima Shaun, second Vice President-elect. A round of applause for her, please. We also have in the room Professor Foluke Lawan Sindada, Dean of the Faculty of Law, Caleb University. You're very welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. And we have His Worship Onome Nwankwo in the room as well. A round of applause for her. She's the Chairman, Magistrate Association, Anambra State Chapter. Truly, we're shattering the glass ceilings. Thank you very much, ma'am. And we have our book here as well. She's published Selected Judgments of Magistrates in Anambra State. This is the first of its kind in Nigeria, and it's going for only 20,000 naira. So please, copies are available outside for you to go home with one for the sum of 20,000 naira. We also have another book here, My Rights as a Child. It's from Awla Rivers. Yes, please, Awla Rivers. It's for just a token of 2,000 naira. They are available for sale. We also have Awla materials. We have the black sash. We have the gold sash. Any other item you'd like to purchase, just step outside. And while I came in this morning and was waiting for the session to start, I noticed a corner where I saw a scale, and I was trying to figure out, was I going to pay or not? So I told myself, just be bold and approach them. So I went there, and for free, it took my weight, took my height, told me I'm doing just well, but I just need to adjust a couple of things, took my blood pressure. So please, if you step outside, you could even ask any of the ushers. Lifeline is here to provide free medical checks for us. You want to, for if you're not sure of your height, you've been filling all those forms and just writing 165. Today is the day to know your real height and your real weight, and then they can calculate your BMI and advise you accordingly. We also have another book here. Truly, I think this, if there's the power in being in rooms like this. So we've had 3 books here by women in this room. It's a call for all of us. It shows that we all can really do better, and it's a challenge for us to do better. We have another book here by Iyabo Titilola Olaolorun, My Walk Through the Valley of Justice, Writing and Experiences of a Christian Magistrate in the Nigerian Legal System. And she's the pioneer chief registrar of the Ekiti State Customary Court of Appeal, retired. Again, it's going for the sum of 5,000 naira. It's also available for you to purchase. You can buy it for yourself. You can buy it as a gift. At this point, we'd like to recognize our online participants. We're sorry we've basically not connected with you since, but we recognize you. We see you. Thank you very much. And before we just take the next, okay, I'd also like to recognize His Worship Mrs. Grace Ibidapo. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. So we had mentioned that you can win. I'm sure when you were reading about the publicity of this event, I must have told you that you can win items. So we'll have questions pop up, and the phone number to which you'll send the answers to the questions will also pop up. Please, when that happens, the first person that sends the correct answer to the phone number will win a prize. I've been told by the Parley organizing chair that the prizes are really very juicy. So if the media is ready, can we have the first question pop up, please? So you can bring your phones out. We've been talking about IT. If you can use your phone, you're IT compliant. Yesterday they told us that if you can use Law Pavilion, you're IT compliant. So what is the main ethnic group in Nigeria? Send your answer to 081 00996340. Fastest finger. All right, so while that is going on, we will urge you to write your questions now. The questions would be taken. This is basically the question and answer section for the first part of the sessions we've had. And would like us to write our questions, and the ushers are around to collect the questions, please. So if you have a question, take a piece of paper and write your question on it. And it can be addressed to any of the speakers, please. I'd also like to recognize, our brothers in the room. I think I can see Dr. Ralph Nduka. I hope I pronounced it. You're welcome. Thank you very much. I can see, I'm sorry, I might not have the name correct. And then there's also, I can't really see very well from here, but we recognize particularly, please, our sisters, I'd like us to give a round of applause to the males in the room this morning. The male champions in the room, thank you very much. The E for she's, thank you. So, and would also like to recognize all the Awla coordinators in the state, Rivers. I can see Rivers, Awla coordinator in the room. Would also recognize the first Awla coordinator of Abuja, Mrs. Nike Bakrin. You're welcome, ma'am. Gloria Anuri Ohia is the River State coordinator. Olasukomi S. Fasile is the Lagos State coordinator. Rukaya Cynthia Emmanuel is the Abuja FCT coordinator. So I'm not sure of those in the room, so I'll just read out the names. We have Gozie Udemezu, Southeast coordinator. Emu Cynthia, South coordinator. Uwala Esther Murphy, Southwest coordinator. Olasukomi S. Fasile, Lagos State. Rukaya Cynthia, Abuja. Gloria Anuri, Oya, River State, Amaka Ezeno, Anambra State, Honorable Mrs. Stella Igbe, Edo State, Ms. Worship Ifoma Wagbara, Enugu State, Mrs. CN Okafor, Imo State, Oluwatoyin Sonoki, Ogun State, Mrs. Precious Ovude, Pella, Delta State, and yours truly, I'm the coordinator for Kano State. A round of applause for us, please. Thank you very much. We also like to recognize His Worship Mrs. Christiana Dosumu, His Worship Mrs. Adekunle Fatokun. You're welcome. Thank you very much. So while we're putting the questions together, we'd like our chairman to present plaques of recognition to the first two speakers that have spoken this morning. Mr. Chairman, sir, Pastor Godalo, please, if you'd.
I want to acknowledge all the distinguished personalities here today and to thank everyone for coming to be part of this conference. And I'd like to present a certificate of appreciation to our very, very erudite keynote speaker, who I share a very special relationship with. Her late husband used to be my boss in PwC, and he taught me quite a lot of the things I know in accounting, and he was a real model for all of us. Edna, I really appreciate you, and I thank you for everything presented to you today, for your valuable knowledge in sharing as keynote speaker. Mrs. Augusto. Certificate of appreciation also given to a young man that I've now come to really admire for his eloquence and depth of knowledge and significant impact. And his passion, you could feel his passion for AI and things like that. AI, by the way, actually means Aswe Godalo. Mr. Rotimi Ogunyemi, for your exceptional presentation and valuable knowledge sharing. God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A round of applause. We'll now call on the immediate past president, Awla, Nigeria, to present the plaque to our distinguished chairman.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm standing on all existing protocols. I really want to thank our chairman for today. Thank you for making time out. He's a public speaker, so you could see he just did it effortlessly, and a true man of God. And today we actually have two very strong people of faith, a keynote speaker, and then Pastor Itwai Godalo. We can't thank you people enough, because really what we do at Awla is actually loving our neighbors as ourselves. And that is actually the greatest of all commandments, taking into consideration that we are doing it because we serve a living God, and we truly believe in God, and we are obeying what we should do. So really, we thank everyone, and on behalf of Awla Nigeria, I want to say thank you for really making time out, and thank you for your support. And again, God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. So we have the questions now. We just take 5 minutes for questions. Please, you can address your question to any of the speakers, the keynote speaker or Mr. Rotimi Ogunyemi. We want to do that quickly before we go into the next segment. We have 2 more speakers and we want to manage our time well. So Ushers, do we have the questions now? If we don't, okay, we just have one question, and it's directed to Mr. Gunyemi. In a land like Nigeria, where laws are just facades, awareness on social media platforms can only do so much. How do you implement that through digital literacy and lead? How will you ensure that that digital literacy will lead to enforcement? For example, #MeToo did much, but it barely took care of a lot in Nigerian workspace.
I get the heart of the question, right? So what I would say is to localize many of these international or global best practices that we have seen in the Nigerian context. To be clear, the Bring Back Our Girls hashtag, even though till today, we still are hopeful for a fuller success story in that regard. The truth was, that hashtag alone brought international attention to the plight of the Chibok girls. We all saw the then First Lady, Michelle Obama, also promote that same hashtag. What it did was it put pressure on local authorities to act. Whether these authorities would have acted or not, when there's that international spotlight, there is an incentive to act. That said, check the End Bad Governance hashtag, very recent. So the movement starts online, but there has to be a strong call to action. The strong call to action could be an offline engagement. It could be a call for reform. There must be a call to action is the point here. So that comes to strategy. Having leveraged the technology, the question is, what is the strategy? What is the end game? Having raised awareness, having brought about visibility, what is that next thing we want to see happen? So it's a question of strategy. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Mr. Rotimi. He did justice to that question. So the other two questions we have are directed to the keynote speaker, Mrs. Edna Augusto. Sorry. So, do you have training center in Port Harcourt, River State? Does your firm have programs or courses for kids in secondary schools?
The first one, we work nationwide. We have schools in Port Harcourt, Brereton, Chasdale. They are part of the Microsoft World Championship. Bloombridge, I think, as well. So we have teachers in River State. Like I said, I'm in the academic space. The World Championship is for all secondary schools in Nigeria. So we ensure that the children are properly taught and they take the Microsoft exams in their schools and they get a certificate in the school. And the pass mark for the Microsoft is 700. So everybody that gets 700 gets a Microsoft certificate instantly once you get it on the spot. And the schools that are interested register their children and they get certified. I think that's, yeah, so, because we don't really encourage working with individuals, children, because we want the whole country to benefit. So we work with schools.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I believe that answers the question. So we'll go quickly to the next segment, and without further ado, we'll be bringing on board our next speaker, who is a young woman that I admire so much, and who is also shattering the glass ceilings. So when you are talking about digital technology leveraging technology in legal space, in the legal industry. There are people. Okay, I've just been informed that we have just 5 minutes health talk before we go into the next segment. So can we have Lifeline? Please, a round of applause for them as they come forward.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on already existing protocol. I am delighted, honored to be in your midst this afternoon. And I bring very warm greetings from the management and staff of Lifeline Children's Hospital. I also want to congratulate all the participants here on the occasion of this Parley, annual Parley 2024. Thank you for having me, and thank you so much for all that you do for the Nigerian women and children. Please, can I have my slides? Leveraging technology. I would want to appreciate you again for all that you do. Okay, for the Nigerian children, we know that there are children that we advocate for, children who are on the streets, off the streets, living from hand to mouth. We know that there are children who are very vulnerable, sometimes orphaned, sometimes lacking education and basic education and food. But today, there's a group of children, that are with us, but we don't see them and we don't hear them. And many times, they are emotionally traumatized. Many times, they are distressed. They are living with us, but we're not hearing them. They are living in pain, and yet are silent. We don't talk about it because many times it's embarrassing. The children are embarrassed. Mothers, fathers, the entire family do not want to speak about it. But today, in the next few minutes, we'll try to bring out some salient points about this group of children who are bedwetting. Bedwetting is also known as enuresis. Next slide, please. It's also known as enuresis, which is involuntary micturations occurring at night while asleep in a child aged 5 years and older. The key words there, involuntary, meaning that there's unconscious control. They are unaware. Micturations, passage of urine, in children who are 5 years and older. So we know that when children are born, they're wearing the diapers, and around age 2 to 4, we're trying to potty train them, and it's expected that for many children, their bladder matures, and around that age, between 2 and 4, they get bladder control and maturation. But when the children continue to wet the beds at age 5 and older, it becomes a problem. Why so? Do we know that many of them who bedwet at night, next slide please, have low self-esteem? Many have to struggle with their academic performance. Because of the low self-esteem, lack of confidence, they can't ask questions. They can't meet their friends, they are ashamed, they don't know if they ask the question, they will be laughed at. They are anxious, and some are depressed. Some are victims of bullying. I have met a child who came in with the father, and during the encounter, the boy, about 9 years old, he told me his older brother beats him every morning. And I asked the father, how would you allow that? He shares the same bed with his brother, and every morning this boy wakes up, he's beaten. Look at the trauma that that young boy goes through, and look at the discord that has already been established between siblings because he wets the bed. I have seen many children who have left boarding houses because they have been verbally and emotionally abused, calling them all sorts of names. They can't perform in classrooms. And they are, they've lost self-confidence because of bedwetting. They are victims of bullying. Many are withdrawn socially, just like I've explained, and cannot even participate in social activities like camping, sleepovers, because of this problem. Not to talk of parental frustration. So we thought we should talk about this because we know that even the parents bear the brunt. It's not just the child. The parents bear the brunt. They are tired. Every morning they have to do laundry, and then siblings are grumpy. Parents are frustrated. Your younger brother has stopped. Why are you still doing this? I hear it even in the clinic. So it's an important area we thought we should discuss because these children actually are going through a lot, but we're not hearing them. It's very common, interestingly, and it affects almost 1 in every 10 children aged 6 to 7 years. As they grow older, at about age of 10 years, the incidence or the prevalence drops to about 10%. It drops to about 6%. It affects more boys than girls. We're not sure why, and it cuts across all cultures, races, and socioeconomic groups. There are 2 main classifications of enuresis. Like I said, enuresis is also known as bedwetting. The first is primary enuresis, in which the child has not attained any form of dryness. The child continues from the toddler years into early childhood and maybe into adolescence, and he hasn't attained any significant period of dryness. Familial causes, it runs in families. Some experience nocturnal polyuria, means they are making too much urine at night, usually due to an imbalance in some hormones. Some bladders are overactive, and once the bladder is overactive, means it's contracting more frequently than it should, and that makes them want to pee more frequently. Occurring at night, the child will pee more frequently at night. And many people would know, common knowledge, that many times some parents say, the child sleeps too deep. I find it very difficult to wake the child up. Those are common causes of primary enuresis. While secondary enuresis, it occurs in a child who has had a minimum period of 6 months that has been dry. It's been dry for a minimum period of 6 months and then starts to bedwet. Such children really need to be evaluated because in many cases, it may be due to an underlying medical condition. The child might just have developed a urinary tract infection, or the child might just have developed diabetes mellitus. So the bedwetting in the instance of secondary enuresis is usually a symptom of an underlying medical condition that needs to be evaluated. Who are those that we treat? Families with any child who is old enough to be bothered by bedwetting, usually at the age of 6 to 7 years. What methods do we use? Sorry. Next slide. Technological methods, devices, such as enuresis alarm. We also use medications like desmopressin, and specific treatments are also used for medical conditions such as UTIs, constipations, obstructed breathing. So this is what the enuresis alarm looks like. It has an alarm device and a urine sensor, a urine detector. Now, this works by, over time, allowing the child to recognize his or her own bladder signal. So the child over time begins to wake up on his or her own without the alarm going off. Motivation of the child and the entire family is important, and we use an alarm diary to monitor progress. There are other technological aids that can help us, such as smartwatches and apps. The smartwatches and apps can help us to track bladder habits and also set reminders for bathroom breaks. Those are very good, healthy bathroom habits that the children need to develop. Telemedicine and online consultations, we know that are currently becoming very popular, and we can avail ourselves the opportunity to use such online support. Educational tools are available. Please visit the website there, ERIC website, to get a lot of information on bedwetting. And AI too may be helpful in the future. Lifestyle modification helps us. Back, please. Lifestyle modification, please, we should encourage the children to void regularly. Last voiding should be done before going to bed. Children should drink across the day. Please, this is one point I would like to stress. Many times we tell them at night, don't drink water, don't drink water. You wet, don't drink. And we have not bothered to know if these children are hydrated, if they have had water early on in the day. And if a child continues like that, not drinking, he will get dehydrated. It may not necessarily present at the hospital, but to some degree of dehydration, it would lead to headaches, poor concentration, poor attention, and all of that. So let us encourage, in a child who is 5 years and older, he should have a minimum of 1.5 liters of fluid, mostly water, in a day. And it should be spread across the day. If the child takes 2/3 of this water in school, and that's what I teach my patients, if they're taking 2/3 of this water in school, they will only require 1/3 at home and will not drink much. Minimize intakes of fizzy drinks, caffeinated drinks, and of course, family support is very key to success of treatment. What are the benefits of treating bedwetting? I tell you, the list is unending, but you see that their self-esteem is improved, they're now socially interactive, and we see that their academic performance begins to bloom. So I want to tell you that there are medically proven solutions for this problem of children, who are having bedwetting as a problem. We shouldn't watch and wait. Please, let's treat our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting and very important part of the discussion. She has told us how to take care of children who are bedwetting, and she has even linked it to technology. Thank you so much, Lifeline, for that very important conversation. Another round of applause for them. So, like I said, we are trying to manage our time. So in the next 15 minutes, we'll be having another interesting conversation. Like we said, our team remains digital advocacy, leveraging technology for inclusion. So while we're preparing to bring the next speaker, I've been asked to announce that we'll be doing a raffle draw. So I have a raffle ticket here in my hand. Please go to the registration desk quietly and register and get one. We'll be having exciting prizes towards the end of this program. Please stay tuned. Don't leave the room until you get the exciting prizes. So we are going straight to the next conversation, and we have in our midst Abimo Olaiwola. She's a young woman who, like I said earlier on, she's shattering the glasses when it comes to technology in the legal space. She is the founder of Digital Lawyers Network, and she is also the principal partner Abby Legal. She'll be taking us through the next conversation, and she will be focusing on social media platforms, how we can leverage, so strategies for utilizing social media to raise awareness about biases and inclusion. Let's make welcome Abimo Olaiwola.
So just, we'll have another question pop up quickly because we have 10 questions and we don't want Ola to take away the gifts they've brought here. So we'll have the next question pop up very quickly. What are the official languages of Nigeria? Easy peasy. Fastest finger first. Official languages of Nigeria. Please send your answer to the number displayed on the screen. Can we take just one more, please, so that we can take up to the 10? Another one. Which of the following is a major industry in Nigeria? Agriculture, manufacturing, oil and gas. Fastest finger first. Please send your answer to the number on the screen. Thank you.
My lords, learned senior advocates of Nigeria, my learned seniors and my colleagues, everyone here present, good afternoon. I want to appreciate Awla Nigeria for this opportunity to speak about strategies for utilizing social media to raise awareness about bias and inclusion. I will start by talking about bias. It's practically a form of prejudice, and it can be in favor or against a set of people. So practically it's something that is unfair. It's something that is either making people to get opportunities in an unfair manner or people getting deprived in an unfair manner. And for today, we'll be looking at, I won't really be going into it. There are different types of biases. We have the gender, the racial, age, class, and especially for women, we've seen different types. We've seen gender stereotyping, we've seen pay inequality, lack of representation in leadership, workplace discrimination, maternal bias, sexual harassment, bias in education, objectification, and all that. But I would want to really focus on how we can use social media to handle this. Just like Mr. Ogunyemi said, basically, if we are going to use social media to handle biases, we are going to focus on content creation because basically that is the only way through which we can share our thoughts and promote the awareness that we want to promote. So now, if we want to create content that would help us promote this awareness and then combat or care against these biases, what are we going to do? The first thing is for us to understand our objective. We set a clear objective. We have to understand, okay, this is the bias we want this content to address. We want to understand, okay, this is what exactly we want to address, and this is how we want to address it. So there must be a clear objective. This is what we want to do. Then the second thing is we have to understand our target audience. Okay, who are the people we are targeting? Are we creating this content to raise awareness, to target the victims of this bias? Are we creating this content to target the people who are the promoters of this bias? Are we creating this content to target maybe the younger generation that are coming behind, and we are trying to catch them young so that they don't also grow up to believe this bias? So what exactly, who exactly is our target audience? Are we trying to create stories to change the narrative? So we have to understand our target audience. Understanding our target audience will make it easier for us to be able to create compelling content. Because if you follow me through the set of people I have listed, you would see that the kind of content we are going to create for the people who are the victims will practically be different from the kind of content we are going to create for the people who are the people who benefit from this bias. And it will also be different from the kind of content we want to create for the younger generation who we are raising, and we don't want them to grow up into this bias. So we have to understand, and even if we want to change an existing narrative, the kind of content we are going to create will be different, because we'll be telling stories in different ways. Because people have been seeing, they've been seeing women's stories being told in a manner that makes them look like sexual objects and all these things. So we want to tell different stories. We want to project a different narrative. So understanding this set of audience, the target audience, will make us understand, the content that is appropriate for each set of our audience. Now, when we understand this set of people and we want to create this compelling content, we have to bear in mind that we should not attack or be confrontational. When people want to now create content, against bias, I see it a lot on social media. They now come out to attack blatantly, and then they are very confrontational. Most of the time, it does not bring results. It does not bring results. So you have to understand the belief system. You have to understand the basis for the bias itself. There is something that this person believes that makes this person talk this way. So what is this belief system? What is it about? What's the basis of this bias? So when we understand it, we'll be able to present, arguments that are fact-based instead of emotional-based. So if you are just going emotional about everything, you may not be able to get results. So now you go with facts, you go with statistics, you go with figures. Okay, women are not, if they say that women are not so good in education, or they are not good in leadership positions, then you come with statistics, you come with facts, you come with figures. So it's not a game of emotions. So you try not to attack, you try not to be confrontational in your awareness, in your content creation, but you give people, because oftentimes when people write online, the first thing I ask is, have you carried out a research or something, or can you direct me to a website where I can see the statistics, I can see the report? And oftentimes you say that these people actually have nothing to direct you to. Everything they are saying is just based on maybe emotions. So it makes it easier to, combat the bias like that. Then the next thing is storytelling. We push a particular narrative. There are a lot of narratives that are already out there. So we have to start creating different stories, especially against this maybe gender bias and all that. We have to create different stories and let them see women through storytelling in other lights. We have to be very deliberate about that. And I love just like the other speakers have said, the way Awla was able to tell the story. So that is storytelling. Then the next thing is engaging your audience. When someone is trying to create an awareness, it's not like a one-way traffic. It's not like a content that does not give room for engagement. People come, and there are some kind of contents that we call conversation starters. Content that give other people room to talk, to share their ideas. And I tell people that the reason why a lot of people don't get results, maybe you're trying to raise awareness, you're trying to do something on social media, is because your content style is a form of dumping of information. So it's a close-ended kind of content. So it does not give people room to even say something. You are forcing that particular idea on them. So the content must be a kind of a conversation starter, a kind of content that allows people to talk, allow people to share their own experience, allow people to say what is on their mind. So it encourages engagement. And so people will be able to come and tell their stories. They'll be able to respond. And even when people respond, you're able to carefully guide them, even for people that you can see that they are actually maybe ignorant, and they are saying, they are focusing on this bias because of maybe ignorance or something. You can see it from, you can understand it from the way they respond, from the things they say, and then you can correct it. That's if your content is engaging enough. The another thing is, don't just post, try to build a community. There is a power of building a community, just like when Ms. Arotimi was talking about the NSAS and all those things. If we are able to come together and then we say, oh, this is what, the social media world is so powerful that different people will be in different places, they don't even know each other, but because it is a community, they will be able to, do things that are very strong. They'll be able to put their voice together and be able to, even move mountains. So you must be particular about building a community. So any form of maybe gender bias or anything that you're working to maybe clear off and all that, you must be focused on, rather than just generating content, building a community, so that there are a lot of people that they would say, okay, I stand for this, and this is the community that I represent. So it makes it a lot easier, and it does not put the burden on just a few people, because people now see it as, they see themselves as part of that community. The another thing we can do is to use social media to advocate for legal reforms. So social media, is the leveler. There are a lot of people on social media. There are people that I've met on social media that I never actually imagined that I would meet them. So we can use social media to advocate for legal reforms. And also, we can engage with policymakers via social media. We can use influencers. There are people that people look up to, people respect on social media. So influencers go a long way in, in shaping people's opinion, in shaping people's attitude and everything. And so if we are trying to fight some bias, influencers are in a very good position, because people generally love them already. People see them as a figure, and people want to, follow them and do whatever they say most of the time. So it's usually good to use influencers and big social media groups to advocate our message. And we can see that there have been a lot. I would quickly talk about hashtags. I will not dwell on it because he's already spoken on it. There's been a lot that has happened. I was actually looking at the NSAS hashtag, the End Bad Governance, the Bring Back Our Girls, the Me Too, the Black Lives Matters, and all that. So if we want to fight a particular bias, or we want to use social media, it is very important for us to create a very good hashtag. And most of the time is usually very short, because if it's too long, it may be difficult for people to remember it, because it kind of connects everybody together, and anybody that goes to search for that would see all the thread of all the information about it. Now, we can also collaborate with organizations to promote inclusion and eradicate bias through social media campaigns. We can do social media campaigns with organizations that are respectable on social media. Then we can monitor the campaigns by analyzing the response of the public to decide whether or not the efforts are even yielding. Because, social media is something that it's a platform that you get instant response. If it's working, if it's not working, So if you need to adjust anything, it's instant feedback, you get it. Then you have to be very constructive with negativity. You have to be because there's something about social media. Everybody who has a phone has a right to just come on social media at any time. So when you are trying to tackle a particular bias, some people are at the end, we call them keypad warriors. They are at the end, hiding behind their keypad, and they are ready to just bring you down or ready to run you down. So you have to be very constructive so that you don't lose sight of what exactly you are trying to do, because their main aim is, I realize that people that benefit from these biases, they don't want anything. They don't want the narrative to change. So their own main aim is for them to distract you, and they know what they are doing. It's all planned for them to distract you from whatever you are doing. So digital inclusion refers to the activities necessary to ensure that all individuals and communities, including the most disadvantaged, have access to the use of information communications technology. And this involves providing equitable access to technology, digital literacy training, and supportive environment that enables full participation in the digital world. Basically, What I would just say about inclusion is that for digital inclusion, most of our present softwares or our present websites these days do not factor a lot of people that are living with maybe disabilities. And I see that as a form of bias as well, because we do not even think that they are part of, like you see a lot of service providers or even lawyers, you know, they have this online portal or something, and they do not even factor these people in, meaning that we're already biased towards them. We don't see that, oh, they need to also use these platforms as well. So we have to actually also look, because it's also a form of bias. We just assume, oh, everybody who is, you know, okay, should be able to use this. And there are a lot of people that are already marginalized like that, and it's a form of bias against them. So we have to actually look into this as well. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Abimo. Thank you very much. And please write down your questions. We'll be taking the questions after the next presentation. But before we do that, I'll quickly ask the media team to put up another question, 2 more questions. And while they do that, please, if you haven't picked up a raffle ticket, quickly go to the registration desk to do so. It is free of charge. We have prizes for the raffle draw and also prizes for the quiz. So who was the first president of Nigeria? Send answer to 08100996340. In the next minute, we'll change it to another question. So be on standby to project the next. And I would recognize Honorable Honorable Stella Mejulo, FIDA Chair, Delta State. You are most welcome, ma'am. Mr. Barrister Emeka Oko, you are most welcome. And senior lawyer. We also have Mr. Tunde Oshotayo Aro, senior lawyer. You are most welcome. Please, let's encourage them. A round of applause for them. So let's have the next question. What is the name of the highest point in Nigeria? Send answer to 08100996340. Some people want to ask Google. Okay, please, can we have the next question? We don't want people to do expo here. Please, can we have the next question? What date was the national anthem changed? What date was the national anthem changed? Some fastest fingers are asking Google. Send your answer to 08100996340. So please write down your answers, write down your questions. We'll be going straight into the next presentation. And this is one of our own. So I have the privilege to invite to the podium Dr. Grace Ajebo. Dr. Grace is one of us, and we know she plays a key role in Awla, and she'll be speaking to us about Okay, so sorry for that breaking transmission. So, Dr. Grace will be speaking to us about safeguarding and child protection policy in the digital age, utilizing technology to combat domestic violence and bullying. And she is the Assistant Director, Legal Services Department, Rivers State House of Assembly. So we have a very big fish in the house this afternoon coming to speak to us, and she will be taking the next topic, and in the next 15 minutes, she will bring to home the topic of discussion. Let's welcome Dr. Grace.
Thank you. I'd like to follow my past president, Awla Nigeria, to stand on existing protocols. I would rather not be caught on the wrong side. Quickly, we're talking about safeguarding and child protection policy in the digital age, and we're talking about utilizing technology to combat domestic violence and bullying. We will try to make this as interactive as possible, and I think I'll pay the most attention to how we can combat these ills using digital technology. If you have children 18 years and below, can I see your hands up? If you have children 18 years and below, okay, so we have something to discuss about. If you have children who are using devices now, either using phones or using tablets or using their laptops, can I see your hands up? If you have children under 5 years old using devices, can I see your hands up? Yes, we have children under 5 using their devices, their tabs. You could call it children tabs, you could call it, all of that. Walk with me, please. Let's move as fast as we can and then go to the meat of this. So we'll talk about the digital age, which has transformed the way we communicate, the way we learn, the way we interact at home and in social spaces. We have online platforms, and we agree that online platforms have become breeding grounds for a lot of violence, a lot of bullying, a lot of blackmail, going on in our social spaces. We have domestic violence and bullying that are not confined to physical spaces. And sometimes you may wonder, domestic violence, the digital technology. You find that there are people there are women whose phones are monitored by their husbands. There are women whose calls are monitored by their husbands. There are women whose chats are monitored by their husbands. So some of the tools, the digital tools that exist, that we would assume are supposed to help us to monitor our children's online activities, are being used against the women. There are women who have their phones tracked, who have their calls, their cars tracked. I was at a meeting, and we finished the meeting, and one of the ladies in the meeting I thought was going my way, and so I said, please, can you give me a ride to this other part? Quickly drop me, and then you can continue. And she was finding it difficult to tell me that she couldn't. And I was like, babe, what's going on? She said, that if I take you to Mile 1, my husband will ask me what I was doing there, because I only told him I was going to Rumokuta. It's a reality of a lot of women. I was shocked. I said, okay, I understand, no problem. Let me just get off here. So she had a time with which she was expected to get home from her meeting. It's a reality. And so you see that domestic violence and bullying are not confined to physical spaces. Now, how do we implement child protection policy? What is child protection policy? We have a lot of, online safety education, tools, policies. When we're talking about policies, like is something on paper. Yes, there's a lot on paper about child protection policy, but how many people actually read this up? How many people actually know what these policies are? So instead of going into what the papers say child protection policy is, let's just look at it as, some online safety education. We have policies on digital literacy. We have monitoring and filtering policies, reporting mechanisms, policy updates. How much of these do we know? How much of these do we use? We just know that we use our devices. Our children use the devices. We don't know how we should, protect them. So today, the internet, rewards extremism. The social media spaces rewards extremism. It appears that the more you are disrespectful, the more you are rude, the more you are lewd in your descriptions, the more followership you get now. So it appears that people are competing, who is going to be the rawest, who is going to be the most disrespectful, who is going to be the most naked person, in these social spaces. And it makes it easy, for us to lose our humanity. So we need to look into what we're doing and what our children are doing and how these social spaces are affecting the lives of our children and our women. So, next slide, please. Strategies for implementing child protection policies. We have training programs. We have collaboration with tech companies. Our tech-savvy people here have said a lot about all of that. We have legislations and regulations. Again, how does this translate to the 4-year-old child using a device at home if you, the parent, doesn't even know how to use that device? A lot of us here will agree that our children are the ones teaching us how to use our phone, to navigate on our devices. And you're wondering, when did they learn it? How did they learn it? They are more on these devices than you are. You're looking for food now. And then you give them the devices to occupy them, right? So they just keep swiping and going in and out of places, and they'll be showing you what is going on. Now, next slide. Technology helps with awareness, and we have education platforms. It gives us apps and websites. It helps us with online campaigns, reporting, supporting. These are the things that technology is supposed to do for us. The beauty of tech is to help us achieve all of these hotlines, monitoring and parental controls. But I will ask again, how many of you have parental control apps on your children's devices? This will just take us quickly to what these digital tools are, because I know that I don't have so much time, and I want us to dwell on these digital tools. And I'm going to tell a very short story. I gave my 14-year-old twins their phones on their 14th birthday. But before I did that, I installed what we call WhatsApp clone app on their device. They didn't know. And so they joined many groups. I installed Family Link. So their tablet goes off at a particular, once it's 9 o'clock, it just goes off. It doesn't come on until 12 noon. By then, they've had time to do their chores. So whether I'm at home or not, it will just go off. You can't use it. You can't turn it on. Then it will come on its own, whether I'm at home or not. And I had quite a number of other, of course, I get to decide what they can download, what they cannot download. You mess up, I cannot beat you again. I just lock your tab. You cannot use it. You earn it back with other house chores, or you redeem it somehow. And they joined a WhatsApp group. Class WhatsApp, no, friends. So as a WhatsApp message drops on their device, I get to see it on my phone, but I don't open it. I wait until they open. Then I open and I read the content. Because if I open, they will see it as opened. So I'm just very patient. And so I looked through this group one day, and I saw that somebody posted a phone number and a picture of a young teenage girl. It was a group of teenagers from different schools. They just kept adding each other. You want to make new friends from other schools, and they kept adding each other. And then somebody posted this girl's picture and her phone number and said she's new in town and she's looking for friends. She wants to make friends. And that, feel free to add her, and make her your friend. And you can post it on your status. And then I saw these teenagers posting her picture and her number. That, oh, this is somebody, innocently thinking that they were helping a new girl make friends. And so I just changed my profile picture to one of my niece's pictures, and I added myself to the group. I joined the group, and then I was watching what was going on. Long story short, I found out that that wasn't a teenager. That was a full-grown adult male grooming young girls. And then when you chat her up, she sends you another link telling you to join another group, and in the group, they ask you to, if you have a big bum, show it. If you have, yes. And it was in those places they were grooming girls. I knew something was wrong. I got to the DSS officers in my office. I said, please help me check this number out and this profile out. And that's how we found out that they were full-grown adults luring young girls and boys into pornography, into hookup at that age. Yes, making them aware of so much. And so, I was having a conversation with one of the twins, and I said, what's going on? You people like, what's going on in this group? No, it was one of them that came and said, mommy, there's this group, but I noticed that there's this person that is always posting this kind of thing on the person's DP. And I don't know, so she said, tell me about it, and we started gisting about it. And then she said, and I just, this person that keeps chatting me up, and she started showing me, I had seen the chats. And she started showing me, would you like to be my friend? You have a beautiful face. I have some, friends that would like to meet you very, She said so she blocked the person. And she said, So I told her, okay, I'm aware of this group. And I have found this out. And you need to tell your friends. First of all, you need to exit that number. What am I saying? So much is going on in those devices that you don't know. So much is going on that you don't know. And we give them these tools, things as tools that are supposed to enhance their knowledge, their education, make them able to, contend with their contemporaries in these spaces. If you're not a digital mom, you better wake up. You better wake up. Do you know that they can hide videos on that laptop that you check every time? They have apps that hide videos. They have apps that hide things. Wake up. If not, you'll just be in the river and soap will be entering your eye. That will not be our portion. But for it not to be our portion, we need to know some apps that will be very useful to us and our children. Can you take me quickly, to take me to where we have the digital tools, we have parental control softwares, Family Link. Like I say, you download them, you have your Play Store. Go to Play Store. Before you give your child a device, please download Family Link. Register the child's device there. And then you get to control how much screen time. You won't always be around. But with that app, you can control how much screen time, how many hours a day you want your child to be, on the device. You can lock it, you can't download anything if I have not approved. Because I will get a message asking me approve or don't approve. I'll say, no, don't approve. Then they will come, mommy, please, I need this app for this. And then we negotiate. Why? What do you want to start doing with? Then when we negotiate properly, if you convince me, then I can decide whether you should have it or not. Otherwise, I just delete the app. I don't approve. And they need to behave in social spaces. They need to understand now how not to let these devices control them. Some people say they wait till their children are 18 before you give them device. I would say that is too late. Because you give that child a device at that age, the child is excited. The child gets overwhelmed by the freedom that child has at that time. You didn't teach the child self-discipline with that device. You didn't teach the child, social graces on social platforms. You didn't teach the child anything. You just put a weapon in the hand of that child. So I would say the earlier the better, but you have to be on hand to guide your child through age-appropriate apps according to the age of the child. screen time limits according to the age of the child. Now, we have Family Link, we have Custodio. These ones are parental control softwares. We have Norton Family, that's Family Safe, and we have Back. Norton Family tracks websites visited, monitors social media uses, provides detailed reports of what your child does online. We have the Back tracks the child's location too, through live GPS checking, checks pornography. A lot of children are involved in pornography, and we don't know. So many of them, because they are online, and these things pop up, and your child does not know not to click. Your child is naturally a curious child, wants to find out what is going on. So these pop-ups will always happen. You will not be there. How do you stop these things from happening? You need to child-proof, safe-proof that child's device. We have WhatsApp clone app. Please, it's very important. If your child has a device that has WhatsApp, please ensure that that device has a WhatsApp clone app. Just go to Google and go to your Play Store and Google it. You'll find that is there. It clones the child's WhatsApp, so you get to see everything. What the child is replying to chats that are coming in, and you now know how to subtly intervene. It's not to say, I saw that child. No. They will start putting this timer. Sometimes before you get to check, it has wiped it off. Because they know now that you are checking. The idea is for them not to know that you are checking. Now we have monitoring and filtering apps like Net Nanny. Net Nanny, you can customize that filter for each child. Some children are less interested in the internet, some are more. So per child, you can customize the child's use of Net Nanny. Net Nanny. We have Kapasky Safe Kids. It tracks online activities, manages screen time, and sets location alerts. Now, Back offers more comprehensive monitoring. So if you really want to monitor your child in details, you would need Back. Then Net Nanny is the ideal solution for parents who really don't want very invasive monitoring. They want less invasive protection for their children. We have social media safety tools like the Facebook's Bullying Prevention Hub. It offers resources and advice for teens, information for parents, and tips for educators. Most schools are advised to use this. Teams who have been targets of bullying, or teams who want help, or want to help a friend who has been bullied, or who have engaged in bullying. It's a hub where bullying is dealt with, both for the victim child and for the perpetrator of bullying in schools and in public spaces. Yeah, I know. So we have anti-cyberbullying apps like Rethink. These apps that detect and alert users to potentially harm messages. So you get to see, just some words that when they begin to pop up in conversations on your child's device, the child will know that, this is bullying about to happen, and then the child is aware. So you need to have your children aware. You need to sit down with them and their devices and tell them, look, you can't do this, you can't go here, you can't be here, you need to look out for this, that, and that. And you need to be firm about the restrictions that you place. You use the tablet. I'm not here, but my children know that they submit their tablet my teenagers submit their tablet by 9 o'clock. They submit to my domestic help. And so when it's 9, they submit. And sometimes by 11, I just send them a message on WhatsApp and see who is online. I sent a message by 8 a.m. this morning, and my daughter replied. And she was not supposed to be with her tablet. I said, how come? You're not supposed to be with your tablet. She said, I should check. She had sent me a previous message. She needed to reach me. My line wasn't going through, so she asked for the tablet to reach me on WhatsApp. So I confirmed that with their nanny, and she said yes, that she asked for that specific purpose. I said, okay, return it. It's not yet time. So they learn responsibility. If you don't return your tab by 9, I seize it for 2 days. You earn it back. You wash my toilet and earn it back. So you don't want that. They just bring it by themselves. because you don't want to be without it for another 2 weeks or 1 week, depending on the intensity of, or depending on how grievous your offense was. We need to put these checks in place. We have children who have committed suicide because of what happened online, and you don't know. We have children who have their devices all night, and they're on pornographic sites, and you don't know. You think that they're sleeping. They are not sleeping. So much is going on. You see them in groups, that's where they let loose. Some of their languages, if you hear the things your children say on some WhatsApp platforms, you will not believe that it is your child. So we need to pay attention. We need to preserve and protect the mental health of our children and their safety online. So please, be intentional enough to make your child's devices safe and to know what is going on in their social media spaces. Be intentional enough to protect your child in this digital age. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Grace Ajebo. She did justice to the topic. And Dr. Grace is the PRO Awla Nigeria. Another round of applause for her. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll go quickly into the Q&A session. While that is going on, please, the ushers help us get, let participants, members write your questions and hand over to the ushers quickly. And while we do that, media team, please project the remaining questions. The quiz, the questions for the quiz, each of them a minute. Once it's a minute, please go to the next question. Let the ushers get the questions. I think this is the last. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So now we want to recognize and present an award of appreciation to the other two speakers, the third and fourth speakers, for not just honoring our invitation, but also doing justice to their various topics. I now call on Olan Moleka Thomas to come and present the plaques. A round of applause as she proceeds.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Awla Nigeria and the executive of Awla, I want to thank Abimo. This is not the first time she's been here with us. She's an integral part of Awla Nigeria, and I think this is about the second or the third time? Second time we've called her, and she's answered our call, and she's contributed. She's impacted our understanding of the digital world, and we're still going to be calling you, and you won't get tired of us calling you. So I want to say thank you very much on behalf of everyone in Awla, Nigeria, and we pray that you'll keep doing what you're doing and keep doing it well. So thank you very much, Mrs. Abimo Toyosi Olaiwola, for doing a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, still needed to help us with the next plaque for Dr. Grace.
Dr. Grace Ajegbo, brilliant, intelligent, highly cerebral, a valuable asset to Awla. And I'm not surprised because her sister has also helped and has contributed. She was the coordinator for Rivers, she was the zonal coordinator, and she gladly brought her younger sister to also be an asset to us here. So we are proud of you, and we thank you for all that you're doing. And we present this to you, and we pray that, well, we'll keep calling. You're part of us. You're one of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
A round of applause for Awla Molikat Thomas. Thank you, ma'am. So I have a question here for Dr. Grace. And it says, the WhatsApp clone app will be installed on whose phone? Parent or the child's phone?
Okay, you install on the parent's phone, and then you scan, there's a barcode. You need to scan the barcode on your child's WhatsApp app, and so it will just synchronize. So you install on your phone, and then it requires you to scan a barcode on your child's WhatsApp app. So you have to collect that phone, open to the barcode on the WhatsApp, scan it from your own phone, and it will just synchronize.
Thank you, Dr. Grace. Any more questions?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to our resource persons. So I was going to ask, when you install, for example, the WhatsApp clone app, do they get to see it from their phone that it's there? I install from my phone and they don't get to see. Likewise, the others. Do they get any indications that they have that? So.
Okay, for the WhatsApp clone app, they have no idea that they're. So what?
But it depends on if it's actually the vigilance about it. It's actually
so that's why we have different apps, because you will use an app according to the age of the child. When you get to the child gets to the age where the child becomes digitally aware to be able to dictate it, you use another app. There are several. And as they grow, it is important to have conversations with them to say, I'm monitoring your device. I will remove these restrictions according to your maturity in your use of your device, how you comport yourself. I remove restrictions from time to time. And I tell them I will eventually remove the last restriction by this time, but you need to prove to me that you are ready for the full control of the internet. So you need to have these conversations so that you are working with your child in keeping safe online.
Okay, thank you. Please, can we just write the question, because we are trying to manage the time. So I will take the question I have here. How do we teach ourselves about tech so as to know what to teach our children? Because you cannot give what you don't have. Can we make observations or suggestions? This question was not directed to anyone, but any of the speakers can answer.
Let me quickly say that it's not too late to go and get formal education. You don't have to go to any classroom, like the tech guys have said. You go online. Sometimes you see a lot of free digital, where they teach, so take advantage of it. Some teach video editing, some teach, all kinds of designs and all that. You can learn online. And then use your phone for something beyond text message and calls. Please go through your phone. Just be clicking, enter, come out, check here. You will, the way the children learn it, because they don't go for any formal education. They just go through the devices, So you need to also go through the devices, know what is going on. before you use it. There are TV screens that once a child gets close to it, it will go off.
Okay.
You know that when you have toddlers, there are particular screens that as they go close to the screen, it will just go off. You need to know how to activate some of these things. A lot of you don't activate parental control on your DSTV. You don't activate them. So the children just watch anything. So it boils down to intentionality. You need to wake up and go through your phones.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Grace. I think the other remaining questions were also directed to Dr. Grace. Is there a way they can let you out of the controls? That's one. Another question is, how do I handle a 17-year-old boy going to 200 level who sleeps and wakes with his devices hiding under doing assignments? So I think let me just ask the other question. Where a teenager has already crossed the line and is now watching pornography, joining groups and so on, what can be done? So you can take the 3 questions.
Okay, first of all, yes, they can lock you out of their devices. And by the time they are doing that, it means that they have gotten to that teen age where you should have had conversations and made them understand why those restrictions are there in the first place. And if they do that, you take the device away, they will not die. Take the device away. Then you just give them maybe a regular laptop that doesn't have some apps on it. They want to do their assignments, they just come and sit in front of you. You hotspot them. So they don't have access to the internet except you hotspot them. So once assignment is done, you turn off your hotspot. So you need to be firm. Some of us don't want them to feel bad. They have to feel bad to have sense. So it is okay for them to feel bad and learn the right things. That's that. So when you have a child that is already locking you out, they can't lock you out, you take the device away. They lock themselves out too. No use of the device. Then you asked about
someone who is a boy who is already watching pornography.
If you had family link, he will be with that device and cannot use it. He should put it under his pillow. It will not come on until when the time you set on family link says 10 o'clock, it will just come on. So even if he hides it under his pillow, he can't use it at night if you have the right restrictions on the right apps on that device. Then for a child who is already involved in pornography, you see, you need to start with a lot of psychological intervention. You need to talk to the child. You need to let the child know how that is unhealthy for that child. You need to counsel the child. So you need to be able to speak with your children. A lot of us are too African mother-ish. And so having a conversation is a challenge. So you need to communicate with your child and then tell the child, for your sake, to help you, we need to take this device away. We need to put these restrictions. We need to save you from this vice. And then you put those checks in place. But have that child, talk to that child. You need to intervene emotionally and psychologically because pornography is a terrible vice to break. It's terrible. So,
thank you, Dr. Grace. Thank you. So before we take the 2 remaining questions, I think we have closed questions for now. Before we take the 2 remaining questions, I've been asked to announce, we advertised earlier on that we are going to reward those who came early. So we are now going to announce the winners of those prizes. So please, you go to the registration desk and get your prize. Lydia Oluwakemi Oyewo, Ogechi Duruako, Osadela Ifedapo, Oluwakemi, Awune Chigozie, Oniwagu Stevenson, Chigozie Udemezwe, Atuloma Nkiruka, Emaidiong Lawrence, Otitiosa Wabu Okoye. So please, registration stand for your prizes. So we still have the raffle draw. Please stay tuned. If you've not got your ticket yet, get it at the registration stand, free of charge. So I will just take the last two questions. So in a minute, Dr. Grace, installation of the WhatsApp clone app. It means WhatsApp is not secure. How do we now check some of us here, men and women, from cloning our spouses' phones? So the next question is about the slides. For the slides, we are going to circulate the slides. We already have them from the speakers. They graciously sent the slides to us, so it's available. We are going to send across to on Awla platform. So let's now listen to Dr. Grace as she tells us how to prevent ourselves from being cloned.
No, we're not being cloned. But yes, the internet is not safe, has never been a safe place. So we need to first of all have that at the back of our mind, that the internet is not safe. That's why we should be careful the kind of information that we put out there. We should always know that those informations can always be accessible by someone who knows what to do and where to check. Now, to protect your device, of course, there are passwords, there are facial recognitions, there are patterns, you have all of that. You also have, you can lock your SIM. You can lock your WhatsApp. Yes. Ask questions. You can lock your social media apps on your phone so that if anybody has your phone, they can't just click your WhatsApp and it opens. You can lock your WhatsApp, so only you can access your WhatsApp. These tools are there. You just need to check. So if you know that you have a very curious spouse or partner or sibling, look for how to lock these apps. You can lock them, but better still, don't leave some kind of things on your device, please. Please, let's be careful what we leave. Don't be careless. Let's be careful what we leave on our devices. The less incriminating things and the less you leave, the better, because it can never really be 100% safe. So find out the different, we have tools in place to lock your different apps and to even lock your SIM card so that even with your phone, they can't accept your SIM.
Thank you, Dr. Grace. Another round of applause to award. We want to recognize in a very special way distinguished Awlans who have served the association in various capacities and those who are still serving and play a key role to the success of Awla. And I will now invite Mrs. Etomi to present an award to Awla Rivers branch, Awla Nigeria Rivers branch. Please, can they? Please, Awla Rivers coordinator, kindly step forward. And some of the Awla Rivers members here present, please, you can step forward.
Yes. Awla Rivers, this is a state after our own heart. They are getting this award for the most performing branch of Awla Nigeria. I mean, their motto is love in action.
Yes.
Yes. So not only do they support women and children, they actually practice charity begins at home. They do support and uplift each other. Congratulations, this is really well deserved.
Thank you.
Another round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations once again to Awla Nigeria Rivers branch. So I want to announce that His Lordship Iyabo Titilola Ola Oloru has graciously gifted a copy of her book to Awla. Please, let's appreciate her. Thank you, ma'am. God bless you. So quickly go to the next presentation. And we also appreciate our sponsors on the screen, as you can see, our collaborators, our sponsors, our supporters. As you can see them on the screen, we are most grateful for your support. Without your support, this event wouldn't have been possible, so we are very grateful. So as we prepare for the next set of awards, I'll just call on we want to take a photo session for all our speakers with their awards. Then we go, because we are putting together the other list of awards. So the photo session for all our speakers, flagged by the Awla Nigeria president and its co-members here present. Please, with your awards. Photographers, please get ready. Yes. Awla Nigeria president, please. Okay, take them first. Awla Nigeria president, please. And other ESCO members, Awla Parley chair, and other committee members. Please, we just have 2 minutes. In fact, a minute for this. A minute. Parley chair. Okay, please, those who are available, kindly step forward. And if we are not available, we go to the next item. Thank you. Another round of applause for them. Is here, please. Parley chair. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we also want to recognize the past leadership of Awla, those who have devoted their time, their resources, and their talent in working for Awla. So we'll be recognizing the past presidents of Awla, Nigeria. Okay, we want to recognize former leaders, and we are aware that not all the leaders are here, but we want to announce this Leadership Appreciation Award presented to Honorable Justice L.A.M. Folami for her visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to the African Women Lawyers Association Nigeria as the first coordinator, the first president of the association from 2003 to 2005. Let's give her a round of applause. She's not here, but we want to recognize her for the awesome job that she did. Okay, I now invite my Lord, Honorable Justice Bola Awoyomi, to do us the honors of presenting awards.
FICMC for her visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to the African Women Lawyers Association Nigeria as the second coordinator president of the association from 2005 to 2009.
I thank you so much, President, past President, and all executives. And I dedicate this award to Awla Nigeria, to women and children. And I believe that the fire will continue to burn until women emancipation in Nigeria and Africa is well spelled out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next award is to Princess Aderonke Shijuade for her visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to the African Women Lawyers Association Nigeria as the third coordinator, president of the association from 2010 to 2013. We want to thank you for your visionary leadership, and we pray that the Lord will continue to use you for the betterment of this association.
Thank you very much. I dedicate this award to the challenged people all over the world, especially to the children. I give honor to the Almighty God for this present situation. And may I extend this to every woman that the Lord will upgrade our women. And I further state that the association will go to places. The association will be recognized higher and higher. More unction to the executives, the organizations of this party. And I say that I give them kudos for what they have done so far, and for even from the past to the present. And I believe that the future for the association is going to be very great. Higher, higher, and higher. So shall it be in Jesus' name.
Please, let's give her another round of applause. I'd also like to present this to His Worship, Nihilolawa Aluku Olokun, for her visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to the African Women Lawyers Association, Nigeria, as the fourth coordinator of the association from 2013 to 2015. We want to appreciate you for that visionary leadership. God will continue to help you even to do more.
May I use this? Good afternoon, everybody. I want to appreciate the executive members and the organizers of this Parley. It gives me great pleasure and it's an honor to have this from you. We know it's God that has seen Awla up till now. And the vision and mission of Awla in Nigeria and in Africa will be established. Nigeria, we know we are the giants. We have a lot of women lawyers now than ever before. So our voices should not be drowned. Our voices should ring louder than before. And as the late Chief Ganifayemi charged, we have to speak up and speak out loud for the vulnerable and the less privileged in our society. I thank you all for this privilege. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
The next one is the Leadership Appreciation Award, which I'm presenting to our visionary leader, Mrs. Efosa Itomi, for her visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to the African Women Lawyers Association Nigeria as the 6th president of the association from 2020 to 2023. I joined this association during her tenure, and I know she was very passionate while she was leading. And I know that the Lord has done a lot through her. Sorry, I'm talking like Pastor Itwa. But we want to thank God for all that was done during her own regime. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Orleans. In just falling in line with what has been happening, I dedicate this to Orleans and women that stand for the truth. And we thank God, that God is God, and that man is not God. And that at the end of the day, truth always prevails. And I say congratulations to Awla for the new ESCO, the first ever elected ESCO. So democracy has come. And to the fact that Awla is bigger than any one person. So to Awla,
thank you very much. We also have a Leadership Appreciation Award presented to Mrs. Amanda Dimechi Asagba. She's not present here with us, but we want to acknowledge her visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to the African Women Lawyers Association, Nigeria, as the 5th president of the association from 2015 to 2020. Can we just give her a round of applause? Thank you.
Is it not yet time you leave my brother's house? Or you want me to remind you that a woman with no son to carry on the name of her late husband does not have right to inheritance?
Have mercy on us. Eh? Where do you want us to go? We have family, and I have never treated you badly when my husband was alive. And you know that I and my husband labored to build these houses and created wealth for this family.
Since you refused me the only thing I asked of you, there's nothing I or any member of my family can do for you.
You, my late husband, brother, that's supposed to protect us for giving us problems. I can never demean myself to sleep with you over the properties I and my late husband labor for.
I am not the one that made you decide to have a girl child instead of a son for my late brother. The tradition is clear on that, and you and I know so. Or you want to dare the gods?
Uncle, what you are doing to us is not fair. Not after all my parents did for you and the other uncles. Before God, boy or girl are the same. So why the discrimination by our tradition?
And listen, young lady, I'm not the one to teach you the difference between the boy and the girl child. Even if your teachers have not taught you in school, don't you have eyes? Tradition is not patience with the girl child when it comes to inheritance. And that brings me to the reason why I'm here. Your father, your husband, my late brother's properties have been shared by the family. This house and the electronic shop got to me. And I gave you from now to the end of the month to vacate the property so that my family can carry out cleansing rights for my property cover.
Hello, great Orlans. I believe we have had a good time so far. Have we? Yes, we have. Thank God, thank God. And thank you so much for a very engaging and interactive session. You've been a very wonderful audience, and thank you so much for participating. As we don't intend to keep us longer, we'll now have a raffle draw. We had announced earlier on that would Okay, while we are getting ready for the raffle draw, we can have the health talk from Nordica quickly, just 5 minutes, then while we put together the raffle draw. Is Nordica here? Are we skipping this? Okay. Media, please take it low. So we'll proceed with the unveiling of the Awla Nigeria Constitution. And for this, I'm going to invite all past presidents of Awla Nigeria here present, the incumbent presidents, and members of the Constitution Review Committee. Please step forward. Okay, other current schools here present, national schools, please join them. And to do us the honor.
All right, don't worry, let me take it off from here. You can't cover it without us presenting it officially to the House. All right, on behalf of my committee, it took us time. I want to use this opportunity to actually appreciate all of you, especially those that refuse to contribute, because that dragged this for too long. From the time my immediate past president, if it was the coordinator, or sorry, it was the president, some of us allowed ourselves to be used, and that is why you refuse to contribute. I was the chairman then, and I had to leave because I felt I was facing a lot of frustration. If it's a fantastic leader, but when people like you refuse to support by trying to align and form factions, it doesn't go down well. I believe that this constitution that after Madam Caroline took over, reached out to us again, we hope that we will not form cliques to frustrate the implementation of this constitution. And we hope that we'll be able to use it to bring that trust, that hope that made a lot of Awlans to disappear, to reappear again. Please, let's not be tools in the hands of people that do not want to see the growth of contextualizing and indigenizing the rights, fighting, and advocacy spirit of African women. Please, let's use this as a tool of unity, a tool to bring about that voice to those voiceless women, those helpless children, that at the end of the day, Awla will be greater because we have just given ourselves the ground now that will help us to move African Women Lawyers Association forward. So on behalf of my committee, I hereby hand over to our board members and some of our founding members this reviewed and now, Nigerian anthem, the old for the new, being new for old, all those ones. However, this is not old for new, but this is a reviewed and standing constitution. So, please, we ask you to humbly help us unveil, because my hand became heavy when lead elders are around. Please, can you be clapping for them? So this is our constitution, and we expect that every Awla member, please pick a copy for just a token that our president will let us to know, so that we understand the content. And we had promised the president that we will have a virtual meeting so that we can give an overview. A lot of us have a lot of books, we don't know what the content is. If you ask us, yes, I have it, but I want to do something different. After this Parley, there will be a day we'll do a virtual meeting whereby we'll look at what we gave ourselves. To those of you that contributed, thank you. For those of you that refuse to contribute, please, it's an opportunity to make sure we implement. God bless you.
Okay, I'll be handing over to a past president of the association in the person of Mrs. Roslyn H.Y.D. Yes, Akimbo. Why I'm calling on her on this auspicious day is that she was the one that actually did the processing of the first constitution of this association. So we must recognize that fact and appreciate that. So I'm handing over to her to speak to this moment as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, great Orlans, President, my lords, Chairman, everyone seated here this afternoon. Are we in August? We have that language, that August visitor. And this is an epoch-making history day. The first constitution of African women lawyers was handed over to us, and it was tagged 1998. And when the constitution was handed over to us, my fellow presidents that are here, we sat down. It was a lot of brain tasking, a lot of job to be done. And then we arrived at a constitution which enabled us to have a ground norm to direct rules and regulations. Because where there are no rules and regulations, where there is no order, the society will be in chaos. Awla was not in chaos. Awla was well run, right from the inception till it was handed over, even up to this stage. I want to believe that the first constitution that we use in registering African women lawyers was well drawn out and spelled out from the one that was handed over to us in 1998. Thereafter, the same constitution that was used to register African women lawyers was also used to register African women lawyers Nigeria chapter. Yes, the constitution are available. You can see them at the secretariat. But when these other presidents, Efe Utomi, Mrs. Ivaru Nefe, Oni, Wangu, and Jobode, Mulika, and other people sat down, they now said there has to be a review of the constitutions that were used in the past. And I want to say, the topic of this year is leveraging technology. This regime has been a content creator. This regime has included community, because Awla is included in the writing and review of this constitution, this new constitution. Not only was it done in Lagos State, but a community of Awlans all over Nigeria. So let's clap for them. And this is the first time we are having a democratically elected president for Awla. Yes, the truth must be told. During our days, up to Justice Folami, to Roslyn Akimbo, to Chijuade, to Alukolokun, to Mandi Asagba, to Efe Utomi, we were being handpicked. Yes, when we see somebody very active in the association, we say, yes, this person can move the association forward. Then we say, please, yes, we are going to have an election. But we were not as much as this. We were not as much as all. So maybe about few of us will sit down and say, okay, you should occupy this position. And then we fill some form, say, okay, this is our president, this is our coordinator, this is the, we just, but for the first time, when Efe was leaving, there was a better organization. She made sure that everybody were carried along. Joe Bode, where is she? She's not here. Joe is not here. She was the electoral chairman. Oni Wangu Stevenson, she here? Please come out. Please just come out. Monica Thomas, please come out. Mrs. Dosumu, where is she? Mrs. Ibidapo, where are they? All the old comrades that are here, they have been laboring. Mrs. Bakrin, Nika, Abuja, Kukoyi, and all of us. Where is Caroline Ibe? Where is she? She's not here. She has gone. She has left. Please, if you have been an old Awlan, I want you to come out. The new national anthem says, "The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain." Awla, where are you? Adeto, please come out, everybody. Shomope, where is Fashule? Everybody, please come out. They have labored so much to bring Allah to this stage. And we are very happy today because it has given birth to a democratically elected president. And there's nothing she's doing. There's nothing Caroline Ivarunefe is doing. She carries everybody along all over Nigeria. They are on the website. And this constitution, you know, when I listened to the lectures today, they said hashtag. Please, hashtag it. Oh. Hashtag this constitution. It will go everywhere. And we know that Awla, what we stand for is humanitarian. It is not for profit making. We are not to defend our own selfish interests. Awla should and should remain accountable. Awla should and remain transparent. And these are the things that are embedded in the Constitution. We are to defend the rights of the less fortunate people in the society. If nobody is looking at us, God, I always point my hands up. God is looking at us. The purpose, the 1998 Constitution, the purpose for handing it down to us, right from Ghana and Kenya, is for us to help the less fortunate people and not to help our own pockets. Yes. And cost will be laid on anyone that will collect money and use it for her own selfish interest. And for that reason, this constitution, which is the ground norm, it has come to remain in Awla. It is a constitution that should guide us. All what we are doing is for posterity's sake. Awla does not belong to one man. It belongs to everybody. You do your best and leave the rest. That is why we have stages. 2003 to 2003 to 2005, 2006 to 2009, 2010 to 2013, 2013 to 2015, 2015 to 2020, 2020 to 2023, 2023 hashtag 2024. And within a short time, so many things have been done. And we will all continue to work together in unity. Please, don't say you don't know about this constitution. Because I know that severally, the Constitutional Review Committee, they sent out messages. Like the chairman rightly said, I saw it and I read it. They said you can add whatever you want to add, you can subtract before the final copy will come on board. Everything was done. And according to the Constitution, it wouldn't have been ratified without that two-third majority. The AGM that was held, two-third majority ratified this Constitution. And as a lawyer, we should speak like lawyers. We should behave like lawyers. We should think like lawyers. Please, let us adhere and follow this ground norm. Our future, our posterity that are coming, please be guided. Rules and regulations. We solidify this association. And African women lawyers will continue to be heard in the Committee of Nations. Amen. God bless Awla. Amen. God bless Awla Nigeria. Amen. God bless all the chapters. Amen. In Jesus' name, we have launched this Constitution.
Amen. Thank you. I would want to say something. And number one, all glory, all honor, all adoration is unto God, who has done all things well. Number two, my wonderful executives. I wouldn't have been able to achieve this without the ESCO. They are wonderful. I call on Olantawa Toriola, Oise, Chigwe. Please, wherever you are, I want you to come over. Olantawa, Oise, Diki, Rukayat, Esco, even the states, they've been wonderful. Rukayat was wonderful, Diki wonderful, Abuja people, I don't know what to say. But I'm also Gozier, my Southeast Regional Coordinator. You've all been wonderful. And I give it to the Secretary of the committee. She will be on our next. She will call the chairman. Chairman will call me. You will not sleep. 1 a.m. we are doing this thing. Back and forth, back and forth. But I want to give God the glory that He has done all things well. So I want to sing this song. To God be the glory, great things He has done. So loved He the world that He gave us His Son, who yielded His life and atonement for sin, and opened the life gates that all may go in. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, let the earth hear His voice. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, let the people rejoice. Oh, come to the Father through Jesus the Son, and give Him the glory. Great things He has done. I appreciate my Muslim sisters as well. I'm singing this song not to show that I'm a Christian and every other religion does not matter. I'm appreciating you all too. Look at you, you're a Muslim, you put in your best foot. Tawa, you're a Muslim, you put in your best foot. Everyone, whatever religion, you put in your best foot. I want to say thank you. That Awla has come to stay. Together we can. Thank you. Please. Yeah. Yes, I will. Please, it's 1,500, but as many that want to do more than that to appreciate this laudable work, please, the account of the association will be provided. And yes. do this. I'll be calling on some significant guests we have in the house. Okay, please, yes. Oil Tower, please. Please, my PAMSEC, Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, Mrs. Adewale, please, just give us a minute. I know we've taken so much of your time. Please, ma. Please, ma. Please, ma. No, everybody is paying now. We need to get this constitution launched, and it will be launched by some of our... Thank you. Please, it must be launched. So,
please, can we have audience, please? Hello, our great leaders, please, please, please. Let's sit down. Let's sit down. Let's sit down. Let's sit down, please. We are still on the Constitution. We are going to be launching it. And we launch this Constitution with the sum of 50,000 naira. Because I will be giving some to my friends. I will give the judge one. You know, I will give my past presidents one. Or I will give my friends one. So I'm dropping my 50,000 naira for Awla. So please, if you want to launch it, you can come forward to do the launching, please. If men are in this hall, you will see them launching with millions. Why? Women, get up and launch, please. Please, launch.
As the secretary of the Constitution Review Committee, I'll launch this constitution with 25,000 naira.
Please, we want more launchers. And women, we are great.
Having led this process, I will launch with 100,000 naira.
100,000. Let's clap for her. Oh, our first vice president. You're welcome, ma'am.
My president, Alans, I can't thank you enough for what you did for me. I didn't have to spend anything for all of you to vote for me to be where I am today. Thank you so much. I'm going to launch this with 130,000 naira.
Hey, clap for her. Clap for the first vice president, Nigerian Bar Association. 130,000 naira. Oh, this is our latest second vice president.
I'm happy to be here today, and I thank the committee that have worked on this constitution. And I want to encourage us that we should benefit from being members of an association like this. Just like the current, at least current till now, first vice president said. And what we have been hearing, that this is the time for women to shine. This is our time to take over, and God will help us. Don't be scared by the campaign money that is being involved, because you have women. This time around, the men are running away. They are so scared that anybody supported by women will surely win. So be encouraged. The money is not an issue. It's not going to be an issue, because it's not everything that costs money. I can assure you that while people are spending millions, but because I have the backing of my women fold, I was able to win this election. So I want to seize this opportunity to say thank you for the support I received from Awla. God bless you all. So we are going higher in Jesus' name. So I will launch this constitution with 100,000.
100,000 naira. Please, I want us to understand one thing. This association, whatever money we get is for the less fortunate people in the society, for children and for women. Please, let's do it right and make sure that we contribute our quota, and God in heaven will bless us as we do.
Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols observed. My name is Awla Mofiakpeyi. I'm the coordinator for the Southwest Zone. On behalf of the Southwest Zone, I will support this initiative with 100,000 naira. Thank you very much.
Oh, that is the Southwest coordinator, Mrs. Awla. Please clap for her. She gave 100,000. Thank you so much. Your pocket will never run dry. And that is our incoming governor of local government chairman. Hey, Ikorodu, former vice chairperson, Ikorodu branch, MBA Ikorodu, very active woman. Adeto.
We are go. Good afternoon, everyone. I thank God for being here today. Today is a great day. Awla, sing with me. Today is a great day. On behalf of Awla Ikorodu, since we have all forgotten about Awla Ikorodu, we do exist in Ikorodu. If this present executive did not know, we will invite you so that we can as well re-inaugurate Ikorodu branch of Awla. That will come to pass by the grace of God, because we have done so many things in the past. On behalf of Awla Ikorodu, I'm launching 5 copies of this constitution for 50,000 naira.
Thank you, ma. Thank you. That was very active woman, bar woman, Awla. President, where is our president? Have you taken note of what she said? Please, let's revamp Awla Ikorodu.
50,000 naira. Good afternoon. As the incoming North Central Regional Coordinator, I will launch with only 30,000 naira. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. She was the first coordinator for Awla Abuja. Not only that, she's now the incoming regional coordinator for the North Central. A big job, ma. A big shoe you are wearing. And then you saw some hand fans. Mrs. Etomi, please. This hand fan was given to us today by Ms. Bakrin. Can you see all the hand fans? She made it for Awla. Let's clap for her too. She launched with 30,000 naira. Thank you, ma.
Great Awlans, on behalf of Awla Southeast Nigeria, we will be launching this constitution with 50,000.
Southeast Regional Coordinator, Gozie, thank you very much. She launched with 50,000 naira. Your pocket will never run dry. Thank you so much. Do we have more people to do the launching?
Good afternoon, everyone. So, on behalf of myself and my law firm, as a potential member of Awla, I'm launching the constitution with 30,000 naira.
Good. So we thank her. She's giving us 80,000 naira. 30,000 naira on behalf of her law firm. She is a member of Awla Lagos. Who is in charge of Awla Lagos? Please catch her. Get her name. Please get her name. Member of Awla Lagos.
Good afternoon, all. On behalf of Awla Abuja chapter, we'll be launching the constitution with 200,000.
Oh, Abuja, the capital. What's the name, ma? Rukayat. Oh, thank you so much. Let's clap for her. Awla Abuja, capital of Nigeria, 200,000 naira. Thank you so much. The first male to launch is our male champion.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Rap. I'm the immediate past National Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. I must say that I'm happy that I'm here today. I enjoyed the lectures, especially the one on the child protection and all this stuff. Because I know that when I get back home, I am some WhatsApp groups and I'm blocking some people from using their devices. I'm very sure I will do that when I get back home. My wife is a magistrate, but she's not a member of Awla. And I can be very sure that when I get back, I will tell her, please join Awla. Okay? And I'm so happy to be here today. I see Mr. Tomi. I did my attachment in 2004 with George Tomi and Partners. And that's a long time ago. So I'm very happy to see you here. I'm very happy to be here today. And I know that I'll be coming back to Awla again for some kind. So I will launch this with 150,000 naira.
Oh, thank you so much. Clap for him. Clap for him. Sir? Doc Rapwop, our national executive. Yes. Your wife and yourself. Thank you so much.
All right, good afternoon, dear Alans. My name is Lawrence Ayewa. And sincerely, I must say I'm very happy to be here. I contested the last elections in 2024 and I lost to a woman. So I hope the next time I'm coming back, there will be no woman again. All right, but humbly, I would like to launch with a sum of 10,000, which I'll transfer immediately. Thank you.
How many do you want? Thank you. Thank you so much. When you are coming out next, the whole Awla will vote for you.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon, distinguished Awlans. Awla Rivers. Thank you. At least I know one of my sisters is here. And my president. My name is Cordelia Eke, and I just want to support the Constitution. The work they've done is massive. And, well, former South-South coordinator, a number of you work together. So I just want to support with the sum of 50,000 naira.
Thank you. This is an iron lady. She's now the chairman of NBA Port Harcourt. Not only is she a bar woman, she is excelling so much in her field of career. God bless you. I'm former coordinator, Awla Rivers. Thank you so much for the money. Thank you for launching it. Yes, just yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uchenna Akingbade. I'm a member of Awla Lagos, and I'll be launching the Constitution with the sum of 70,000 naira.
Akingbade, and you are very active in Surulere Lawyers Forum too. I know you. MBA Lagos, very, very good. Thank you. She's launching with 70,000 naira. I mean, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Pressy, good afternoon. Congratulations on your tenure and the end of tenure. And to the new sister, my name is Honorable Dr. Stella Maris Mejulu, and I'm glad to be with my Awla sisters here today. My sister was your former NS, and I have a lot of my sisters here, so I have to come here today to join you. Thank you, ma'am, for the job you do. I'm from Delta State. I'm the chairperson of FIDA Delta. So I celebrate my sisters today. Congratulations. Please, I'll leave a little token to support this laudable work. In fact, I'm glad that Awla has come to be. You are duly elected. I followed all through, and I celebrate this day that Awla has a story to tell. So I celebrate you all. Well done. I will launch this book with a little token of 15,000.
Stella Maris. FIDA Delta. Thank you so much. God bless you. Is there no one from Edo here? Where is Edo? Awla Edo. Hey. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, beautiful and dynamic Howlands. My name is Olasukomi Fasule. I'm the coordinator Awla Lagos. With me is Awla Shola Bello, Vice Coordinator Awla Lagos. So this afternoon we'll be launching the constitution with a token of 50,000 naira. Thank you very much.
Up Lagos! Lagos not dey carry last. Yes. Thank you, Shola. God bless you.
On behalf of Ogun State Holland, we'll be launching it with the sum of 25,000 naira.
Come and take it. Ogun State.
Okay, my name is Ezekwike Chekube. I am the secretary for Awla Anambra, and with me is the treasurer for Awla Anambra. Our coordinator is not here, Awla Amaka Ezeno, she just stepped out. But we are still a very young branch, but we'll be launching the constitution with a sum of 20,000.
Thank you so much. Awla Anambra. I'll take it. Please, Mrs. Utami, come and launch for Awla Edo. What? Awla Abuja, Awla Ikorodu, Awla Anambra, Awla Lagos. Why now? Where is she? Mrs. Mulikat. No. Ewa, she better launch. Mrs. Ibaru Nefe.
My name is Ifedapo Shadola from Ekiti State, Awla Ekiti. So on behalf of Ekiti State, Awla, I'll be launching with the sum of 10,000 naira.
Very much. God bless you. Where is our present president, Mrs. Ibaru Nefe? So you will launch on behalf of Awla Edo.
Yes. Okay. On behalf of Awla Nigeria Edo, we launch with the sum of 50,000 naira.
Thank you, President. God bless you. So we are very grateful. Rukayat, have you collected your cup? Please come and collect. Thank you. How many? Who is in charge? Please. She has launched. So we thank everyone for launching this constitution, and then
Yes.
okay. Awla Nigeria really want to appreciate all of us and thank all those that have launched, including those that didn't launch. The constitution belongs to all of us. Even if you did not launch, come out here, you can order for it. It's 1,500. Please, quite affordable. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause. A round of applause for all our supporters. Thank you so much for all your support. May the good Lord replenish your pockets. So we are bringing this to an end in a couple of minutes. Remember, we still have raffle draw, which we'll use to draw the curtain finally. But as women, as lawyers and as women particularly, it's important that we take good care of our health. That is why we have in our midst Nordica, who will be giving us a 5-minute health talk. Yes. Immediately after Nordica, we'll close with a raffle draw. Please, let's have a few more minutes of your time. Thank you so much. Can we have Nordica now?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol because my time is very short. Today, actually, I want to talk about navigating fibroids from diagnosis to treatment. But because of the time constraints, I think I'll just be very fast. So I will need you to follow me through. Fibroid are actually benign tumor of the reproductive organ, and it affects majorly women within reproductive age group. According to WHO, these are women between 15 to 49 years of age, but it commonly affects women in their late 30s and early 40s, such that when you have a woman approaching 50, the incidence is as high as 70 to 80% in them. So what we're saying is when you gather about 10 women together around the age of 50, it's possible that you have about 7 to 8 out of these women with fibroids. But not all of them will be symptomatic. About 30% of these women could have symptoms. And what are the symptoms that they can manifest when they have fibroid? There could be an increase in the menstrual flow of the woman. They could also have painful menstruation. There could also be some pressure symptoms which could manifest in the form of frequent urination, the woman going to the toilet at night more frequently. There could also be constipation. So these are the common symptoms that the woman could present with when they have fibroids. Fibroid could be in various locations of the uterus. It could be inside the uterus. That's the lining. We call this a submucosal fibroid. The one within the wall, intramural. And then you have the ones that can be outside, which we call subserosal fibroids. So when a woman has symptomatic uterine fibroids, if you notice any of the symptoms that I've mentioned earlier, then it becomes necessary for you to seek help. Out there are various information about the management of uterine fibroids, and more often than not, our colleagues, they usually advocate for open surgery for the management of uterine fibroid. And we are here this afternoon to tell us that we have a completely non-invasive way of managing uterine fibroid. And this technology is called HIFU, which is an acronym that stands for High Intensity Focused Ultrasound. It uses ultrasound wave. Sometimes you may see some of our colleagues may tell, maybe in the course of not wanting the woman to go for a non-invasive way, they will say it is radiotherapy. It is just ultrasound wave. It is not radiotherapy. It is not laser therapy. So this this ultrasound wave is converted into heat energy, and then we use this heat energy to take out the blood supply to the fibroid. The fibroid becomes a dead tissue, and there is gradual reduction in the size of the fibroid, and this is what brings about the relief of symptoms and improvement in the quality of life of the woman, because when fibroids are symptomatic, it could affect the quality of life of the woman. There are various ways of managing uterine fibroid, like I said: open surgery, minimally invasive procedure, and the one we are talking about today is HIFU. So what are the benefits of HIFU? HIFU is completely non-invasive, so you are not going to have any scar at all, and the fibroid will continue to reduce in size. It is a day procedure. You come in on the day of the procedure, and 2 hours after we are done, you are back to your home, and you can resume back to your daily responsibilities within 24 to 48 hours. Also, because we are not going to cut the woman open, there is no risk of blood loss, no risk of wound infection. We do this procedure under conscious sedation, meaning that the woman is awake while we are treating the woman. This particular advantage is what makes a lot of women to run away from open surgery, because they put them to sleep, they don't know what is going on. And because of anesthetic complications, maybe people that have heard, okay, they've lost their loved ones as a result of complication, as a result of anesthesia, they will not want to undergo open surgery. And you see women going about with fibroid, symptomatic uterine fibroid, for years, all because they do not want open surgery. So this amazing technology is offering our women that may not want invasive procedure to have their fibroids treated. Also, because we are not cutting the woman open, it helps us to prevent all the complications that could arise from blood transfusion and the attendant complications. So if we look at this technology, it offers a lot of benefits when we compare this to open surgery. And the risk complication profile, when we compare it with open surgery, is just low down decadal. Most of the complications that could arise from open surgery are wound infections. Patient could actually die as a result of be it the anesthetic complication or complication arising as a result of the surgery itself, because sometimes they may not be able to control bleeding, and we've lost a number of patients to this particular complication, and this you do not have with HIFU. So this great technology helps our women to manage their fibroid without losing so much time in recovering. And it also helps them to resume back to their work as soon as possible. This does not affect the fertility potential of the woman, because we are using heat energy. Then the concern is it going to affect my ability to get pregnant? Majority of our patients that have had HIFU treatment, they've been able to conceive. Those who do not have any background problem responsible for their infertility, they've been able to get pregnant spontaneously. And those who had other problems, being the cause of their infertility, that have gone for assisted reproduction, they've also been able to achieve conception. So this tells us that this technology does not affect the fertility ability of the woman. So if we look at it as a whole, when we compare this with open surgery, you will agree with me that this is a preferred alternative to open surgery in the management of uterine fibroid. So we are just using platforms like this to pass across this information so that our people can know that we have a completely non-invasive way of managing uterine fibroid. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, they would wait. Okay, there are some questions. Okay. Okay, just take the question. Please, can we have the other mic?
Good afternoon, everyone. And my question is about the laser surgery. I have a friend who went for the... My question is about the laser surgery. I have a friend who went for the surgery. After 2 years, fibroid came back again. So she later went to the theater for proper operation. So her doctor said, at times that one does not really work. It's not perfectly done. You must go to the theater for the fibroid to be removed. Thank you.
All right. What we are using is ultrasound, not laser. It's actually different from laser therapy. This is ultrasound wave. Now, the benefit of this particular technology is the fact that there is low risk of recurrence. When we compare recurrence rate of fibroid with that of open surgery is very low. About 15% recurrence rate in IFU, and for open surgery within 2 years, it could be as high as 50%, meaning that someone that has had surgery before, about maybe 50% of them may need a repeat surgery within 1 to 2 years. But in this case, it's just 15%. Now, the idea is you do not actually need to remove the fibroid to be able to achieve symptomatic relief and to have improved quality of life of the woman. Once the fibroid size is reducing, you'll be able to achieve this. And even in terms of conception, you do not need the fibroid to be removed. In as much the fibroid is not within the cavity, the woman can carry pregnancy successfully.
Thank you very much. Yeah. My question is this. You've said a lot about the advantages and the benefits, compared to the normal procedure that we know. Okay. Could you tell us what could be the side effects or the disadvantages, and maybe if you can give us a hint also about cost implication, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Some of the side effects that could occur with HIFU, because it is heat energy, there could be skin-borne irritation. But we have a measure to actually prevent this, because during the course of the treatment, you can rest intermittently to allow blood perfusion, and this helps us to prevent this complication, such that we've not had any patient with this particular complication. Also, one of the major complications that could arise is injury to the intestine. Now, we have measures again to also prevent this. This particular complication occurred in the early stages when they not really understood the mechanism of this particular technology. So, but now that we've had more understanding, we've been able to prevent injury to the intestine. We've treated over 500, and we've never had any of our patients with this particular complication. There could also be injury to the back, but it is a real-time treatment like ultrasound. You see the surrounding structures, and in as much it's not fibroid, you don't have any business to go and shoot what is not fibroid. So it's not a blind procedure because it's a real-time thing. It helps us to avert injuries to the surrounding structures as well. The IFU treatment is 2 million naira, and it is cost effective. We have people who do open surgery at higher bills than what we are doing it. Yeah, not really. Even the 2 million naira is discounted. If you're going to compare it with what you have to pay abroad, is far, far less, because you'll be paying something about $5,000 and above. And if you convert, yes, it's already discounted. If you look at it, 2 million naira for... we'll forward your request to the management. All right.
So I think, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
A round of applause for Nodeka. Thank you for coming to enlighten us on how we can take care of our health. So we are actually concluding. So just in 2 minutes or so, we'll be done officially. So Nodeka is still around, so you can still meet them for further inquiries. And I'm holding in my hand a wristwatch that someone left at the registration desk. Please come for identification and collection. Now we go to the quiz. So we, yes, after the quiz, we go to raffle. We said we are prepared for this event. So as you can see, we actually prepared. So we have a lot of gifts. So for the quiz, the first, second, and third questions, nobody got the answer. Yes, what is the main ethnic group in Nigeria? Answer is Nigeria has over 250 ethnic groups, so none.
So you cannot exclude one, they are all important. So which one will you?
So he didn't say main ethnic groups. He said main ethnic group. So which one will you give? You can't give one. So we were talking about maybe 3 main ethnic groups. For instance, you can say Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, maybe the 3. But it didn't give you room for the plural version. Anyway, that's the answer I have here. So what are the official languages of Nigeria? So the answer here is English and French. Anyway, so I have a script, so I'm only doing what I was asked to do. Which of the following is a major industry in Nigeria? Agriculture, manufacturing, oil and gas, all of the above. So nobody also got that. So the answer is all of the above. Some people answered manufacturing, some people answered agriculture. So, but it's all of the above, yes. So now we have question number 4. Who was the first president of Nigeria? Answer, Nnamdi Azikiwe. We have a winner, 080-621-39751. Please, if you are the winner, come and you have to come with your phone because we need to call the number for identification. So meet Olantawa for your gifts. What is the name of the 080-621-39751. The number. Okay, so question 5. What is the name of the highest point in Nigeria? Answer, Chapel Wadi. And we have a winner, 081-3352-6674. Since the winner has gone, is the winner here? Okay, please. Hey, you don't seem excited. At least you should. What date was the national anthem changed? We have a winner, 081-50-215-220. Please come for identification. Name 5 countries that begin with the letter M. Oh, the answer is not here. No, they have the answer at the back end. 080. So name 5 countries that begin with the letter M. We have, well, there are many countries that begin with the letter M. You have Malaysia, you have other people, other places. So we have a winner, 080-898-65943. Congratulations. So questions 8 and 9, we don't have winners for that. So what religion does Nigeria practice? So many people wrote different kinds of religion, but Nigeria is a secular state. That's the answer. Question 9, how many governors do we have in Nigeria? So answer is 37, including the CBN governor. Anyway, we now have the final question. Question 10. Give the slogans of these 3 states of Nigeria. Adamawa, land of beauty, sunshine and hospitality. Asaba. Asaba is actually not a state. Delta, finger of God. Oshun, land of virtue. So we have a winner, 080-321-60987. Is the winner in the house? 090-321-60987. So it seems the winner is not in the house. So maybe that will be overruled. Do we have a runner-up? Okay, that's all for the quiz. Now we go to the raffle. So I now invite Mrs. Mobi.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've come to the final aspect of today's program, and we're going to crown it up with this raffle draw. I'm going to call on our Honorable Permanent Secretary, Women Affairs, Ogun State, Mrs. Oluwatoyin Adewole, to come and help us do what we crown up today's activity. We are going to have 3 winners and then a consolation. So she's going to pick randomly the first. We should read it, the number out, the second, and the third. And then before we do the consolation. So over to you, ma'am.
Ticket number 000277. Zero 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 277. Ticket number 044. Ticket number 000209. Ticket number 000285. 285. Zero 37. Zero 42. 042. Zero 24. So on behalf of Awla Nigeria, I present this to you as one of the winners of the raffle draw exercise. Congratulations. On behalf of Awla Nigeria, I present you this as one of the winners of the raffle draw. Congratulations. I present this to you as the third winner of the raffle draw on behalf of the Awla Nigeria. Congratulations. As a consolation prize for the raffle draw exercise, I present this to you on behalf of Awla Nigeria. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Sorry for just a brief interlude. Someone has been here all this while. I have to take this personally to assuage his, I think to assuage his frayed nerves, I must say, because he has been seated all this while. I came all the way from Abuja. I saw him. I will come out, but somehow I kept skipping my mind, and I feel so bad. My apologies to you, and I give it personally. Chief Are Shegun Oyedijo. Chief, now he is one advocate of child protection and safeguard policy. He is the convener of the lead organization on national safeguarding and child protection policy, SAFRON. I want you to just give us about 2 minutes on this issue. Kindly come forward, please. I can't allow you go back like that. My apologies once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, all right. I will do justice to this of 6 months training in 3 minutes. All right, as she earlier said, my name is Chief Are Shegun Oyedijo, and I work with the consortium who is actually leading national children safeguarding policy in Federal Republic of Nigeria. Basically, what is called safeguarding? The basic word safeguarding simply insinuates preventing harm from happening to children and vulnerable adults. So, of course, earlier before now, we all have been used to the word child protection. But as things advance, there's this new wave of things which comes to the safeguarding, which is definitely we preventing our children from being harmed. However, in relation to the present topic of the day, which is safeguarding in a digital world, yes, we have, as Madam Avelia said, we have a lot of advantage that is attached to technological advantage to this safeguarding, as is being said, like ability to be able to clone, to monitor, and so on and so forth. And then most importantly, ability to be able to conceptualize, minimize, reduce all the bulky papers we usually carry around. At the same time, it does have its own disadvantage, which is in our inability to be able to control what this so-called technology is bringing to us. And then, as I stand in Federal Republic of Nigeria, I stand to say to you with all authority that we don't actually have any measures in place safeguarding our children, although only Lagos State does have that, and which is for physical. Recently, on the floor of National Assembly, I am privileged to be part of those who contributed to the online children safeguarding and policy development. However, we've not been able to find an end. So, as I drop the mic today, it's a call to action for all of us to see a need, and then at the same time, I want to appreciate Awla having been a legal partner to the development of this wonderful policy thus far. I want to challenge us once again. By the time we'll be coming back again next year to Awla Parley, I wish we can, at that point, have our children safeguarding and child protection policy officially signed into law in Federal Republic of Nigeria. If we are in support of right protection, right safeguarding of Nigerian students, of Nigerian children, say aye. I believe nobody will say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. See you next year. Having a policy in place. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are drawing the curtain now with actually the cutting of the cake. So once we cut the cake, we'll move outside to the balcony for the mocktail. So I invite national schools, state and regional coordinators, and Awla Parley committee members. Please, a round of applause. Well done for a successful program. Yes, state and regional coordinators join the national executive and committee members. Past presidents here present can join the cutting of the cake.
Have been asked to coordinate the process of cutting this giant cake.
This is your celebration.
And I can see that this cake is so tall as a tree. And Awla hopes to grow as tall as a giant tree. So, to cut this cake, I will be spelling Awla. As I say the last letter, you cut the cake. So I begin with A. And that A is for Africa. And then we have W. And that's for women. And then we have lawyers, L. And then we have the A. And let's cut it.
It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you. I will now
It's a celebration.
I seek leave to stand on the established protocol. And as we come to the close of today's impactful event, I would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our speakers, to our guests, special guest panelists, and every participant, and all our members who have enriched our discussions with their insights and their experiences. The conversations we've had today underscore the power of technology as a tool for advocacy and inclusion, especially in amplifying the voices of women and marginalized groups for more effective advocacy on our part. Your active engagement not only shed light on the challenges we face, but also on the innovative solutions we can collectively pursue. And so moving forward, it's very crucial that we all take what we've learned here and apply them in our respective fields. The African Women Lawyers Association of Nigeria will continue to champion the cause of women and children. And so I encourage each of us to remain committed to these ideals. And together we can create a more equitable and just Nigeria and Africa. Thank you so much for your participation. And let us continue this important work with determination and courage. Thank you.
A round of applause for her. So that brings to an end Awla Parley 2024. Thank you all for being here. And now we'll have a piece of the cake and also mocktail at the balcony. Thank you so much.
Everybody has a day, and the sun stays away.